Get a mic check with you guys, make sure.
Yeah, I got to get lineups, man. I'm so sorry. I really thought it was 2:30 until this morning.
That's all good.
I had no idea. No, it's not. We got to have a good game.
Are you in this?
Yeah, it's me. It doesn't come.
Yeah, it's funny because oddly enough, we've actually been here twice before. So 2017, we were 36-3 going into the regionals, and we lost our first game to Casumas 10-1. We just got our doors blown off, and so we were there, came back, won the next two. 2019, we lost the first game to Butte. Kind of a similar situation. Pretty good lefty. We just kind of, did a good job of just kind of, stifling our bats a little bit. Had to come back on the next day and win 2 in a row. So I think this team technically has never been through that, but the coaching staff has. We have. And so, after the game, it was just kind of like, hey, listen, guys, we weren't going to win 200 games in a row. We were going to lose one sooner or later, and too bad it had to be today. But you know what? We've won 2 games in a row. If you have a 36-game winning streak, you could say you've won 2 games in a row 18 times, right? And we said, hey, let's come out tomorrow. Let's just focus on the first game. Let's just continue to do our thing, which is execute, stay together. And the guys did a really good job of that. There really was not, I didn't see from the guys and kind of talking to them here and there, there was no panic. There was no, oh my gosh. It was like, all right, hey, it's over. It's done with. And let's get back to work today.
Wanna fly with you. We gon' fly to the moon. Live a life with you.
So first game was really a slugfest. We were very happy with the guys. They came out and made some nice adjustments at the plate. We figured out what we needed to do with their pitchers finally, and we made a couple plate adjustments, and we made a whole different approach. We went to a different approach in what we were looking for and how we were trying to attack. And 11 runs later, and it was just fun to see the bats come alive a little bit. That game ended almost as exciting as the first game. They had first and second with 2 outs. A tying run was on first base, and we had a backdoor pick to just shut it down. And a really nice job by our pitcher Medanos. We always say you got to put the ball in the right spot, and he put it in the right spot. You just don't have a lot of room for error there. If you throw it away, that run from first may come all the way around the score. So it's a high leverage play, and it's a play that takes a little bit of toughness and competitiveness, and Medanos did a good job. So that was exciting to see. Next game, again, they just, hats off to Marin. They pitched well all weekend. They really did a good job. They didn't give us a lot of pitches to hit. They just didn't make a lot of mistakes. I always say this. This time of year, there's no gimmies. There's no cupcakes. I don't really care what seed we are, they are. Everybody's good, and they were good. They had a good team, and they played tough, and they played hard, and they pitched well. And so luckily we got that walk-off home run by Stone to end it. And it's just at this point, it's kind of like what we always say: survive and advance, survive and advance. And so survive and advance it is.
Wanna vibe with you. We gon' fly to the moon. Live a life with you.
Exciting was just the build-up, right? It had been, I think, what are we, 9, 18, 20, so 31 innings. I think I put a little tweet out, it was a 13-and-a-half-hour day, but, we got there at 8 o'clock that morning. And gosh, we had our backs against the wall. It was like a heavyweight fight. They knocked us down, and man, we were out, and we knocked them down, and they were out, and they got back up, and they knocked us out, and we got back up. And so I think that home run was just that, kind of that thing where it was just kind of that, like, yeah, we did it, and the guys are just so excited, and so it's neat to see them. We talk here all the time. If you're going to play here, you're going to play hard, but you're going to enjoy it. We're never going to apologize for having a good time and celebrating things. We always want to be professional as possible, but the guys were just so happy, and it was neat to see them kind of live that moment.
Wanna vibe with you. We gon' fly to the moon. Live a life with you.
Alright guys, listen up.
My mama, my dad,
Our grandpa,
my daddy,
our dad works at Caltrans, right on the highway, right next to speeding cars.
it's so scary. I worry about her.
Some people drive so fast.
Bam, bam, bam.
Please.
Please be careful. At least slow down.
And pay attention.
Be alert. Be work zone alert.
Wanna vibe with you.
Yeah, I think sometimes in a playoff series, you got a lot of people. You got the cameras that all came. We didn't have any cameras on us all year, and all of a sudden, you got 4 or 5 cameras. You got live announcers, and so you can frame it any way you want as a coach to your guys and say, hey, it's just another game. They know it's not another game, right? It's playoff time, right? And so I think in certain situations, when you're in those high leverage, high intensity, more people in the stands, more on the line, guys can get a little tight. So for us, it kind of went back to, guys, let's just get back to playing the fundamentals. Let's get back to doing what we've done all year. Let's breathe a little bit. Let's trust each other. Let's trust the guy on my right and my left. I don't have to do it all. And they kind of bought into that. And I think that's why you saw the 11 runs in game 1. I think guys realized they didn't have to hit the 15-run homer. They just need to get on base. And the next guy had to get on base, and then sooner or later we were going to pop one of those, and we did a couple times. And so, yeah, I think it got back to us to playing fundamental baseball, trusting the guy on my right and my left, and just letting the game come to us instead of trying to go get it. Let the game come to us.
Wanna vibe with you. We gon' fly to the moon. Live a life with you. Wanna vibe with you.
That is one thing that we did talk about after the game in our pregame meetings on Saturday is that we did feel like our pitch selection was not great on Friday. And again, credit to their pitcher. He just didn't give us a lot to hit. And one of our big focus points on Saturday was, hey, we've got to get back to hitting our pitches. We've got to find stuff we can drive. And again, I think when you see 11 runs and you see 16 total on a day, pretty good indicator your guys were swinging at the right pitches and put good swings on the ball. So again, it comes back to that fundamental piece, right? Not trying to do too much, not trying to go outside of who you are. Understand you don't have to do it all. You got 8 other guys. You got 30 guys in that dugout, and where they've all got your back. So, let the game come to you. Do what you can do, and then the guy behind you, he'll pick you up and he'll keep rewinding.
Wanna vibe with you. We gon' fly to the moon. Live a life with you. Wanna vibe with you.
They got a little bit. We played them twice early in the year, and they got a little bit more velocity with their arms. They got some guys who can run up there anywhere from 89 to 92, and well coached, tough, gritty. Just a good ball club. We got a lot of respect for them. Coach Anthony over there does a great job. So, no, I think it really just comes down to us doing what we say. Again, we talked about it last week. It sounds cliche, but we just have to do what we do, which is we're going to hunt outs as defenders. We're going to hunt 15 or less innings as pitchers. We're going to hunt jobs and fastballs as hitters, and we're going to come out. We're going to play hard, play fast, play loose, play reactionary, and just play baseball. And you just can't start looking at all the stuff out on the periphery. You can't do that. Once you do that, you kind of lose focus of right here. And so we want to keep our guys focused, and I think they understand that. And I think getting last week behind us was going to be a big help for us.
Wanna vibe with you. We gon' fly to the moon. Live a life with you.
If you have the talent and dedication to succeed in school and in sports, we'll provide the opportunity.
He's been on another. We've had some really good players. I've been here 9 years now, and we've had some really good players. Ryan Ruley was the California JUCO Player of the Year in 2017, and we had A.J. Curtis, who was drafted out of here in 2018, and Zach Patterson was the home run king in 2019. We've got some really good players here. A couple batting champions, a couple NorCal champs. We've just had some guys that have been really special, but Stoney he's right there with them. He might be on another level. 7 home runs now, 4 triples, 7 doubles, 4 triples, 7 homers. He's got 44 stolen bases. He's just a heck of an athlete, and he'd been struggling on the day. And I told him before the at bat, I said, "Listen, man, you got one thing to do right now, and that's just stay within yourself and find something you can hit." And he found a pitch he could hit, and he put a good swing on it, and the rest is history, right?
That was incredible.
It was very cool.
Yeah.
And again, he's one of those kids that he's a good kid. And so when the good kids do big things like that, you're really happy for him because you like to see good things happen to good guys, and he's a good dude.
Wanna vibe with you. We gon' fly to the moon. Live a life with you. Wanna
Yeah, I think for us, bullpen is very simple. You want guys that can pound the zone and throw strikes. You just can't have guys come in and hit by pitch and walk and wild pitch, and you got to have guys who have a little bit of physical, mental toughness, a little bit of mental toughness, who aren't too afraid of the situation, and who trust their stuff. And trust their stuff means I'm gonna throw my stuff where the coach is telling me to throw it, and I'm not going to try and strike out 19 batters, and I'm going to let my defense work behind me. And so Minato was just fantastic over the weekend. He pitched in all 3 games. Castillo, I think he pitched in all 3 games. And then you had Shaver come in, and so we like our bullpen. They're tough kids. They understand what we're asking for, which is to get in there and pound the zone, throw strikes, keep the game tight, let our offense do our thing. And so we'll keep relying on those guys. It's that time of year where everyone's going to get a little bit tired. Arms are going to get a little bit tired. Legs are going to get a little bit tired. Then the strong shall survive. So we're going to keep calling on those guys, and they'll do a great job for us.
Wanna vibe with you. We gon' fly to the moon. Live a life with you. Wanna vibe with you.
Funny story with him. Yeah, I'm really old, so I remember the days of Kent Tekulve for the Pittsburgh Pirates and Dan Quisenberry. And Cade is really, you're right, he's not a side armor. He's a true submarine guy, which means his ball almost scrapes the ground as he's coming through with his arm. And no, it's funny. We recruited him. We were very aware he was only going to be about 72 to 75 miles an hour, which in my book is like just like yikes. We like velocity here. We like guys who can really run it up there. And he came in 72 to 75, and we knew he had a little bit of funk out of there. And he's just, we talk about toughness, and he's as tough as they come. He can give up 3 home runs in a row, and you wouldn't know it. And he can strike out 5 guys in a row, and you wouldn't know it. He's a perfect guy to bring out of your bullpen. He throws strikes. He's got a little bit of funk. He's had that arm slot forever, and he's just very comfortable, and he does a good job of it. So we're very, very fortunate to have him.
Wanna vibe with you. We gon' fly to the moon. Live a life with you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the show. I'm Romano Galan, and here is Dan Harrington, our color analyst this afternoon. Dan, thank you so much for joining us once again. And I would like to thank all of you for joining us wherever you might be. This is the CCCAA Regionals, Super Regionals Game 1 between Los Medanos and Ohlone College. Los Medanos, who's coming into today's game with a 28-14 record, had a fantastic regular season, and also Ohlone College with their historic 38-2 record.
Los Medanos had to beat Laney in the final game of the regular season to get that number 1 seed, and they did just that. Much with the lineup we'll see today, including Brody Aglite on the hill for Coach Anthony D'Albora. And it's actually D'Albora. I've been saying D'Albora, and he made sure to know there's just an apostrophe there just for looks.
I see.
It looks as good as this Ohlone Cares wristband that we're all wearing here in the park today. So
exactly.
Los Medanos had a real fine-looking season, as Armando said, and it should be a great battle this weekend, as last one's was for Ohlone, where the Renegades had all they could handle with the Mariners of the College of Marin.
And it was an absolute historic 3-game series against College of Marin, which, again, I will say, hats off to College of Marin, who played in a fantastic series. And it's just one of those instances where, unfortunately, one team had to lose. And they played their hearts out, but Ohlone ended up coming up on top by a run differential of the entire series by 1 run. So, in talking to some of the guys throughout the week, a lot of the guys felt like they proved that they truly belong here and truly belong in the spot that they're in, because of how close that series was and because of how much they made mistakes and were able to pick each other up.
Indeed, and that was a tough series for the reason that many of the games only played, they were well ahead, and they had a 36-game regular season win streak, only to have that winning weeks and weeks of winning snapped by College of Marin in that first game, and then having to gut out 2 nail-biters on Saturday. Capital was a capital sentence and an exclamation point for home run Damian Stone.
Exactly. And for today's starting lineups, we're going to first go with the Los Medanos Mustangs. We have Neal, Percy, Vogan, Perry, but not Purry, Roca, Judy, Trudeau, Sato, and Boyce. And for Ohlone College, it's going to be Takumi, Stone, Ibarra, Valdez, Shepard, Facto, Steinhauer, Kyle, and Stevie. And Dan, tell us the defensive alignments.
Well, first of all, I'll let you know Eric Thompson is back. He was in game 1 of the series last week and had a very stable strike zone. On the outside portions, low to a right-hander, and inside and low to a left-hander, he was consistently not giving that as a strike to the pitchers on both sides. With him is going to be Ricardo Rodriguez, and let me see, it's going to be Bruce Raymond also on the bases for the umpires. And then for Ohlone, around the field is Takumi Mayano in left field, Damian Stone in center, Mike Anthony Valdez will be in right field. At third base, it's Jeter Ibarra, YBARRA. That's a name you've seen high in the batting averages for the conference, as a matter of fact, on the top. Stevie Hom, slick fielding shortstop, will be out there starting for the Renegades. You have Barolo over at second, Shepard over at first base. Emmett Foley gets the start on the hill, and the battery is completed with the catcher, and that's Corey Steinhauer.
All right, and we will be back after this break with game time temperature and first pitch. We'll be back in just a sec. Stay tuned, everyone.
If you have the talent and dedication to succeed in school and in sports, we'll provide the opportunity.
When we adopt a shelter pet, we discover they're a unique mix of all kinds of things.
Come on, Joe, spot on this last one. There it is. Keep going with it. Leo.
They're a little bit of a lot of things, but they're all pure love.
They got a little bit. We played them twice early in the year, and they got a little bit more velocity with their arms. They got some guys who can run up there anywhere from 89 to 92. We're going to hunt outs as defenders. We're going to hunt 15 or less innings as pitchers. We're going to hunt jobs and fastballs as hitters, and we're going to come out. We're going to play hard, play fast, play loose, play reactionary, and just play baseball. And you just can't start looking at all the stuff. Out on the periphery. You can't do that. Once you do that, you kind of lose focus of right here. So we want to keep our guys focused, and I think they understand that. And I think getting last week behind us was going to be a big help for us.
Guys, listen up.
My mama, my dad,
our grandpa,
my daddy.
Our dad works at Caltrans, right on the highway, right next to speeding cars.
It's so scary. I worry about
and your number 1 seed, Ohlone Renegades. Now for the starting lineup for Los Medanos College. Playing third base, number 3, Andrew Neal. Playing second base, number 8, Ryan Pierce. Playing first base, number 5, Casey Bogan. Playing left field, number 2, Nick Berry. DHing, number 11, Bubba Rocha. Playing right field, number 22, Parker Judy. Playing shortstop, number 10, Colton Trudeau. Catching, number 21, Yuto Sato. Playing center field, number 4, Tyler Boyce. And pitching, number 32, Brody Iglite. The coaching staff for the Mustangs, Anthony Dialbora, Paul Weavens, Chaz Meadows, and Austin Harrington. Now the starting lineup for your Ohlone Renegades. Playing left field, number 18, Takumi Maeno. Center fielder, number 25, Damian Stone. Third base, number 26, Jeter Ibarra. Right field, number 35, Mike Anthony Valdez. First baseman, number 11, Jaden Shepard. DHing, number 6, Clay Facto. Catching, number 3, Corey Steinauer. Playing second base, number 4, Kyle Baraloo. Shortstop, number 8, Stevie Hong. And pitching for your Renegades, number 21, Ethan Foley. Coaches for the Renegades, Mike Curran, Billy Klump, T.C. Fairfield, and Joseph DeSilva. If we could have everyone stand for the playing of the national anthem. Let's play ball!
Go ahead and sit on. No, I don't think he does.
Fans, the California Community College Athletic Association decorum policy is in effect for all games throughout this event. Please be respectful and courteous to each other. The CCCAA strongly encourages all fans to avoid using profane language, taunting, or making inappropriate gestures or nonverbal signs. In addition, any non-credentialed person that interrupts play will immediately be escorted out of the venue by security staff.
All right, and welcome back to Broadcasters Camera Feed. Again, Dan Harrington here, Armando Galan as well. And on the hill this afternoon for Ohlone College is going to be one of their three aces by the name of Ethan Foley, who's going to be making his 14th appearance on this season. And he is 7-1 on the season. He's pitched through 65 and a half innings. He's given up 46 hits. 19 runs given up, 16 were earned runs, 30 walks, 76 strikeouts. A strikeouts per 9 inning of 10.42. 2 homers given up on the season with a 2.19 ERA.
in the first game, Foley was breezing through, if you will. He looked to be command in the first 4 innings and got into some trouble and finished up giving up 3 runs and did take the loss in the first game to College of Marin. And then he came back the very next day in the second game and pitched an inning for Ohlone, a crucial inning to keep the Mariners at bay in a real nip-and-tuck struggle where at the very end Maeno got the win following the, if you will, gutty work, to say the least, by Foley on the hill. So he's out there throwing right now, getting that arm warmed up to his catcher, Corey Steinauer. And as we said, around the field, it's Andrew, it's Jeter Ibarra, Stevie Hom. You got Ryan, you got Barolou over at second base, Jaden Shepard over at third, at first base. And in the outfield is Takumi Maeno, Damian Stone, and Mike Anthony Valdez left to right.
And I will say also to Ohlone fans who are listening around the world, wherever you might be, I know we have some families in Hungary who are currently listening and currently watching, so I would like to thank all of you once again for joining us. Team interviews, player interviews are being uploaded onto my YouTube channel tonight. That's the Gaming Runner Production YouTube channel, the YouTube channel that did the audio-only broadcast throughout the season. Got a number of interviews like Sean Fuchetti, all the way to Ethan Foley, all the way down to guys like Cameron Calvillo. So most of those will be coming out this upcoming evening. And as we head to the field here, it is 2:04 p.m., and standing in now is going to be Andrew Neal with a .338 batting average. His first pitch is fouled off to the left side. First pitch at 2:04 p.m., so those of you keeping your scorecards at home, keep that in mind. We're just 4 minutes behind schedule here.
70 degrees right here in Fremont, California.
As that 0-1 is lined into the left side, and it is caught by Takumi on the run. That's a good play over there by Takumi. Today's game time temperature, as Dan just said, it's actually reaching up to 73 degrees now, and it's going to be whipping and lashing back and forth. Towards the later parts of the game, it should be at 72, heading into the 60 range. Almost no wind to speak of. It's
that
only
is a Microsoft Apple battle, because Microsoft has 73 and Apple has 70. But the tech companies are happy we got them both in here.
All right, let's just say 71.5 degrees as Foley throws his 0-0 pitch, and I believe that was called a ball. Yes, it was inside and low. Wind is pushing out 12 miles an hour to straightaway to left field, so almost no factor for the wind unless you get it way up there. Here's your 1-0. Swing and a miss there. And Ryan Pierce, or is that Percy or Pierce?
It's definitely Pierce. He goes by RP. That might be confusing. A lot of guys just simply call him RP on the Mustang side of the field.
He's batting at .395 to start today's game as he pops this one up to the right side in foul territory. Shepard has it in time for the out.
It's not the at-bats that Coach Delboro wants for his top 2 hitters. They usually take a lot of pitches, and one of the 2 usually gets on base. Pierce was going to be a DH at the start of the year primarily, and also play first base for Los Medanos, and then their second baseman got hurt. They had 2 injuries in 1 week of time. The second one 2 days before they started their season against Ohlone. So these teams are familiar. Different position for Pierce than he started with them.
And standing in now is Casey Vogan as he takes what looked like a slider on the outside corner for a ball. He's batting at .315, .380 on base, and .463 rather. Slugging 3 home runs, 33 driven in as he swings hard and misses there at the 1-0 breaking pitch. And the Ohlone dugout really, really likes that 1-0 delivery from Foley. Here's your 1-1 now, and it is lined to the left side, and that's going to be your first base hit of the game. Award it to Bogan there as he's going to line that one in the left for a single.
You see a lot of fly balls from Bogan or ones into the gap like that one. He just kind of laid that one in there. He wants to get on base for his team after the first 2 quick outs. He gets a lot of F7s, F8s, and then otherwise base hits to left and center field as well.
And Stevie Hom had made a nice little jump at it. Almost got it. and plucked it right out of the air. Would have been one heck of a play. However, do not discredit the effort, as that fastball there on the 0-0 count is going to miss the zone, low and away. And standing in now is going to be Nick Berry, who has a .324 batting average, .438 on base, and .554 slugging. Here's your 1-0 outside for another ball.
Coach Delbora of Los Medanos says that Berry's not a finished product by any means, but he's the guy he thinks of all his players. If he had to predict one, he doesn't want to, but if he had to say one guy's going to be playing the longest and maybe the highest level, it's this guy standing in the left-handed batter's box right now.
And he awaits his 2-0, swings and misses there hard at the fastball. And one thing about Foley is he's definitely going to make you work. He's going to make you hack. He's going to make you have to make contact with some pitcher's pitches and try your hardest to find a gap.
He's going to go after you, and he's going to go after you with a location. Steinhauer outside off the plate a little bit here. Let's see what happens.
Here's your 2-1. Swing and a miss again there. Makes the count 2-2. And in the home half of the first inning, due up will be Takumi, Stone, and Ibarra. Foley gets the sign. Jaden Shepard playing on the bag. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a pickoff attempt here, possibly. Here's your 2-2. It is in there. Strike 3 called.
Change of pace on it. He did come around on that one, but a change of pace, very funky swing. And that might not be the top shelf of at-bats you'll see from Los Medanos in this series. Ohlone doesn't mind at all.
And we'll be back after this break. 3 quick outs, and we'll be back.
Alright guys, listen up.
My mama, my dad,
Our grandpa,
my daddy.
our dad works at Caltrans, right on the highway, right next to speeding cars.
It's so scary. I worry about her.
Some people drive so fast.
Bam,
Bam, bam. Please.
Please be careful. At least slow down.
And pay attention.
Be alert. Be work zone alert.
And welcome back to Ohlone College Baseball Action live here on the Ohlone College Broadcasting YouTube channel. Dan Harrington to my right here. I am Armando Galan. And Dan, what's the situation here in the bottom of the first inning?
Well, nothing on the board runs-wise for Los Medanos in the top half, but they did get one hit. And around the field for Los Medanos, you got Nick Berry in left field, Tyler Boyce, the center fielder, Parker Judy over in right field. Around the infield, Andrew Neal, who can play multiple positions and is one of their craftiest, most hardworking, if you will, pitchers. Just wants the ball. He's got an angry look if the coach comes to take it from him, he says. But right now, he's over at third base. And Colton Trudeau, the shortstop. Pierce is over at second with Vogan, Casey Vogan at first base. Yuto Sato, out of Japan, a great story, was going to be a redshirt this year. They had a catcher move up to the 4-year division last minute, and Sato jumped in uniform number 21 and has earned that job back there behind the ditch with a steady backup in McCormick for Los Medanos. Brody Iglite, he's going to bring the most power of the Los Medanos staff, and he's going to start trying to bring that power right now.
And standing in with the most impressive .446 batting average is the leadoff hitter, Takumi Mayeno, as he takes a breaking pitch for a strike there, makes the count 0-1. And Takumi had a bit of a slow start last week. The was able to heat up in moments and got on base a couple of times and scored a couple of runs last week for his squad, and that's what you want a leadoff guy to do.
Yeah, I mean, he himself would say in multiple languages that he didn't get on as much as he'd like to, and that we're used to seeing in that one spot. And he did get that third game off of the start to try to, be ready off the bench if needed last week. Here he is right back in the starting lineup.
And he is down 0-2 here, and he's going to call time. Of course, Takumi, the guy who really likes to play mind games the most here on this Ohlone College squad. He waits his 0-2. Swing and a miss there, and he's down on 3 pitches.
Yeah, so Iglite, he'll just be ready, and he'll keep his a low blood pressure up there. Now, it looks like we got a little comment here. Coach Curran, head coach for Ohlone, is coming out to talk with Eric Thompson, asking him, I don't know quite what, but we'll see. Maybe he's asking Coach Umpire Thompson where he parked his vehicle today. Make sure he's which level of the parking lot he's on in case someone crushes one.
Yeah, be careful. Those parking structure tolls are apparently they're raised up for these playoff games.
And he's going to come in.
Be a conference.
He's going to come talk with his teammates, and I wonder if there's anything shiny on the Los Medanos uniforms. The very first thing that I could think of, but he's not approaching the pitcher right now. That would be the player you want to worry about that with, casting some sort of a shiny reflection or some other distraction towards the batter. You don't want that for safety as well as for a fair chance for the batter to hit.
Exactly. And
again, that's just speculation. I'm not sure what else there could be. I don't see any unusual activity off past the left field or center field fences here.
Yeah, nothing seems out of the ordinary.
And now,
although this is California, and ordinary becomes extraordinary very quickly.
Here comes Coach Dalbora getting some sort of a discussion of what the problem is. And Coach Harrington, Austin Harrington's trying to make his way out, and it looks like he's still making his way, even though Umpire Thompson asked him to hold off. And he spells his name Herrington, by the way. So if you're wondering if we're related, it would be a very distant relationship there. But he's wearing those spikes that Brian Wilson had to pay a huge fine for back in the Giants' first World Series run. Remember, he had those bright orange spikes? The shoes he's wearing out there?
I vaguely remember. Yeah. I would have been 9 years old when the Giants won the first World Series.
I'm quite a bit older yet, and that'd still be way too much money for me to pay. So Wilson, he easily paid that $10,000 fine. So maybe they're talking about a hybrid stance or some sort of the placement of the feet by the pitcher on the hill.
Because that could turn into box and.
Oh, boy. And so there's 2 pitchers over there. Now, Austin Harrington is one of the 2 pitching coaches for Los Medanos. Chaz Meadows is the other. They have 2 different styles of pitching. Chaz Meadows more of a power pitcher, played a little pro ball with the Arizona Diamondbacks. And Austin Harrington came up through the Los Medanos system and established himself as a real kind of a Greg Maddux-y pitcher. I mean, who else but Greg Maddux is Greg Maddux? But he was able to spot the ball around the zone. So the pitchers get a really good influence over there from both of them. And then Dalbora himself, he's a lefty. He said he would have loved to have been a catcher, but they didn't let lefties be catchers. So he was on the hill as a pitcher too. So something is going on now. As my favorite walk-up song from 2022, Flex Up, Lil Yachty is being played.
There's another guy that really, really likes Lil Yachty and actually is good friends with him, Balin Levine.
Okay.
He's a YouTuber, and he's actually
one of the few I know. Actually.
Yeah. He's got really good content. I do say so myself.
But I know you're a YouTuber. So
yes, I am.
And the one right here.
Making YouTube videos is nowhere near easy, especially what Balin Levine does.
Well,
something's going on in the dugout over there.
All I can say is last time we've had a couple unusual things on Saturday, the last series, where perhaps once they were found, they weren't used again, but there may have been a box of balls that did not have the right logo last week, and Steve Behringer of College of Marin found that and pointed it out. And I don't know that I don't think he ended up making a protest, but he definitely protested for several minutes on the field, and in a gentlemanly way, but it took a while. Now this is taking a while, and this is not necessarily great for the starting pitcher, Iglite, who sighs out of desperation on the hill, juggles the ball a bit, and now he's just kind of wondering what to do. Austin Harrington now, he doesn't want to cross that white line. Be careful. If you ever see that camera shot of where Harrington is, he's got the bright hair out of the back of the catcher's helmet, the coach's helmets, where all coaches are supposed to wear helmets on the field nowadays. For a sad reason, when Mike Cubbage was killed by being struck by a ball coaching third base in the Minnesota Twins organization many years ago. Now the coaches have to wear helmets as well, which is a good idea. But anyway, you don't want to cross that white line, or else you'll be assessed a trip to the mound, and it could precipitate the early removal of the starting pitcher. Now Iglite and the catcher are almost ventured on this side of the white line. You also don't want to meet with a coach on either side of the line, because that'll still be a trip. Also, a coach can't tell the catcher, go out and talk to him anymore, because that's also a trip.
And here come the umpires now, and they're going to conference again here with the Los Medanos side.
Maybe our director, Mason Stone, Arnie Lowling, production chief for Ohlone Network News, as well as for all the Ohlone Broadcasting, Gary Koff, our executive director. Perhaps one of them or Bala could get a mic on our umpires and find out just what is going on. This would be way more intriguing than hearing Harrington and Galan speculate here.
That was that seems like a good idea, but then at the same time, it seems like a not so good idea at the same time.
Now, Albora and Coach Andre White have stayed on the first base sideline. Austin Harrington has now ventured onto the field. Will they assess a trip or not? I wonder. I just don't understand what's going on. The Mustangs are protestive on their first base dugout. Very quiet on the Ohlone Renegade side of things.
I wonder if there's if it's a question of, like you said, his windup or.
I didn't see a switch of gloves. He's got a very light fielder's glove. Does the pitcher Iglite? I just don't quite understand. Making sure that he comes to a set in front of his belly button. You can stop anywhere you want from when you first put your hands together, right in front of your face, even above your head. But once you stop, you can't continue to progress further down to a second set position. That would be a balk.
And it seems now that play is going to resume, and here now is Damian Stone, who has a .326 batting average, .472 on base, and .526 slugging. And of course, Damian Stone is, of course, remembered for hitting the walk-off last weekend on Saturday during Game 3 that allowed Ohlone College to move on here to the Super Regionals. And if you were to talk to him throughout practice this week, you would have had no clue that he had even hit the walk-off, because the guy is so selfless and owes everything to his teammates and his coaching staff for putting him into that position, helping the team win. And that's what he wanted to put emphasis in. I didn't win the game. The team won the game.
Exactly. And, you know, he's a humble guy. This is his first at-bat since that home run in a contest. And he had 3 walk-up songs. Thanks to the umpires and coaches, he had 3 walk-up songs. I've never seen that before in a game. Congratulations to Stone.
Here's your 1-1 now to Damian Stone. It's on the ground to the left side. Shortstop's right there for the play. And Trudeau throws it wide back to the first baseman. Stone kind of slipped over there as he was on his way back up, so he immediately just comes back to first. And that's definitely going to be scored in E6.
Yes, Stone looked kind of like that car in the yellow diamond road sign for caution. He's slippery when wet, and for some reason he went down and did a slip and slide, came up after making a counterclockwise circular turn back to first base and scrambled in there on all fours. Again, very athletic, although not exactly what you want.
And here now is the absolutely dangerous bat of Jeter Ibarra, batting at .468, slugging at .660, and on base of .527 this season. He bounces it to the right side. The second baseman's not going to have a chance for two there. Stone will move up on the Ibarra ground out.
Ibarra, the lefty, does hit the ball to the right side. The runner moves to scoring position, albeit now with 2 outs for the Renegades.
And here's Mike Anthony Valdez, the leading power hitter for Ohlone College with 8 home runs on the season. And he's batting at .313, an on base of .410 and .537, slugging all recorded this season for McAnthony Valdez, who had a very awesome year at the plate as he check swings and broke the plane for a strike there.
Valdez had quite a cloud of his own for Ohlone to move him on to the next round.
He
kid from Miami.
And he definitely came up with a bunch of RBIs last week in key situations for Ohlone. Looking to try and come up huge here with an RBI of some sort here in the first inning. As he throw the 0-1 is on the outside corner for a ball.
The Los Medanos Mustangs out there on the infield do have a shift with the second baseman just behind second base. He might pop over back to the right side, trying to hold on the runner at second. Stone.
And definitely controlling the run game is a huge thing when Damian Stone is on the base pad, and he's going to try and steal third here, and he's safe stealing third. And another stolen base. That's actually his first one of the entire postseason.
Yet he had near 50 stolen bases on the regular season.
44 in total.
44 total, and wasn't thrown out very much. So once again, they did. Eric Thompson imploring the two teams, we're not going to do this. A little too much yip and yap from each side here.
Here's your 2-1 home. It is a breaking pitch that misses the zone. It's going to make it 3-1 and due up. If he gets a chance here to hit in this inning, will be Shepard, the first baseman. Here's
Shepard
your 3-1 count.
Real potent up there with the bat.
On the ground to the left side. Shortstop with a nice play on that bad hop. Throws it to first in time for the out, and the run will not score. We are through one here at Ohlone College. The score is 0-0. We'll be back just after this break.
After the game, it was just kind of like, hey, listen, guys, we weren't going to win 200 games in a row. We were going to lose one sooner or later, and too bad it had to be today. But you know what? We've won 2 games in a row. If you have a 36-game winning streak, you could say you've won 2 games in a row 18 times. You know, let's come out tomorrow. Let's just focus on the first game. Let's just continue to do our thing, which is execute, stay together. And the guys did a really good job of that. There really was not hide and see from the guys and kind of talking to them here and there. There was no panic. There was no, oh my gosh. It was like, all right, hey, it's over. It's done with, and let's get back to work today.
Wanna vibe with you. We gon' fly to the moon. Live a life.
All right, as we return back to Ohlone College here, due up in this top of the second inning is going to be Roca, Judy, and Trudeau. And first inning,
Canada's Prime Minister might be very disappointed in you. Say Trudeau wrong, you know.
Yeah. And in the first inning, that's only one base hit for both teams and an error committed by Los Medanos. They were awarded with the base hit, which was for Vogan. Right. And that's pretty much the only notable so far as we lead in here to the top of the second inning.
Looks like the Los Medanos infield has a little more work to do to get used to the bounces than last week, with Marin having some trouble with balls bounding in the outfield.
Bubba Roca is the hitter here, and he takes a first pitch strike, batting at .361. on base of 474 and slugging at 574. He also has 2 homers on the season with 16 driven in as he takes another strike, and Foley dominating this at-bat so far.
In that game where Los Medanos had to beat Laney to get that number 1 seed over the College of Marin, Roca got on base all 5 times up, and it was 3 for 3 with a hit by pitch and a walk.
And the 0-2 was bounced to the plate. That's your just classic 0-2 throwaway pitch right there, throwaway fastball. And it's a 1-2 now. Foley gets a sign, kicks and deals. It's on the ground, but fouled to the left side.
That's something you see again at this level that you don't see at, say, prep baseball, other levels of baseball, where that ball is really coming in on you, and the batter stays in that box and is able to foul off that inside pitch, well fouled on the power side.
Now with the 1-2, Foley gets a sign from Steinhauer. Kicks and deals. And it is fouled straight back. And that's one of those moments where I'm glad the screen is there.
Yeah.
Although it was angled high enough to miss everybody. However, if there's somebody walking on the stairs,
heads up. A public service reminder to try to let people know. And if somebody says watch out, don't immediately stare in that direction. But trust the people around you if you're safe or not. But definitely pull the little ones in under you.
1-2. And he barely got a piece of it there and gets away from Steinhauer. But aim time for the out there.
So Rocha right there was checking his bat for holes and forgot that maybe that ball could get away. He heard the sound in the catcher Steinhauer's mitt and then didn't realize that it had popped out and gone about 25 feet off towards the Ohlone dugout. So a close play as it was, and he could have been safe had he run immediately.
And it was interesting hearing the teammates screaming, "Go, go, go!"
Yeah, and it's all you can do. And the invitation to run was accepted, but just a couple steps away from beating the throw to Shepard.
Which is just another reason why you got to just stay awake in every single moment. Even when you're out, you can sometimes not be. And Foley, after just dominating his previous at-bat against Roca, is now down 2-0 against Judy here.
This postseason is like a chess tournament. You're going to come up upon craftier and craftier teams that will fall asleep less and less.
And that 2-0 pitch just barely missed the mark there. And Parker Judy in the ultimate hitters count, a 3-0 count, hitting at .297 on the season. Here's your 3-0. Outside, and he walked him.
Judy, a true freshman, had 2 home runs in their Game 1 win against Modesto last week, and those were his first 2 home runs of the season. So he started getting his power game up, and he seems to like Game 1s of series at least, as he is on at first base with a walk.
And here now is Colton Trudeau. And Trudeau is hitting at .296 to start today's game. .381 on base and .395 slugging as he checks swings but breaks the plane. It's going to be called a strike. And I keep on saying this season, but the season's over. There's no more so far this season.
No more regular season. Ohlone does still have a 36 game.
These numbers are set in stone.
Yep. But they're great reference points for the length and breadth of work.
This is on the ground to the left side. Thought it was going to bounce foul, but Ibarra plays it on the hop and gets 1 there. The runner who walked his way on, Judy, moves up to second. There's 2 outs here.
They needed the reach and the height of Shepard at first base on that throw. Getting to it quickly there was Ibarra, but then throwing it a bit high. And he's got plenty of wiggle room, plenty of extra room there. Doesn't have to get it right in that strikeout box at first base.
And Foley now gets the sign here. Throws it on the outside corner for a ball.
Yuto Sato had a big hit, I believe it was a triple, driving in a couple runs to tie up a game against Feather River, one of the also great teams here in the state, still playing in the playoffs right now. And then he had one nub off the knob of his bat the next time through in the 10th. After Los Medanos had tied it, Feather River went ahead, and then he had one off the nub of his bat to end the game. We thought he was hit by pitch and ran as hard as he could to first and just missed that foot race to end that game. One of the heartbreaks this year for Los Medanos, but there's going to be some games like that.
And he's coming into today's game with a 267 batting average on the season. And how about this for an on-base percentage? 385 and 389 slugging. Not too bad.
Not too bad, especially for a guy that Coach Dalbora thought would not be active on his club, would simply redshirt on his appearance in California from Japan. The California community colleges have a lot of Japanese players. And he thought he'd get settled, get used to the English language, and he has done a lot more than that. He's getting used to American pitching, both as a receiver and as a hitter.
And he just swung on and fouled that 1-2 delivery to the left side. And now he's going to be in the count again here, 1-2, and fully just one pitch away from getting out of this inning.
Watch out in that right center field gap, even with 2 strikes.
Here it comes, and it is fouled off to the left side. Heads up, people walking on the trail over there.
Foley seems to have the MPH advantage here versus Sato's quickness on the swing here early on. Sato does make use of that whole field, though. Kind of corkscrews a bit, as many of the Japanese players do in the box. Palm bluffs a throw as he's trying to dodge into second and gets back out of there.
That is fouled off again. And Sato is just fouling off everything.
I know at the start of the game you were looking forward to a Soto, like a Juan Soto, right? For Washington. Wow, there's a Soto on, and we had to say, no, it's a Sato. So now we're still working on that first syllable. Well, you're man, I'm telling you, for so much you do right here, I'm not picking on you, man.
1-2. And it is popped up and fouled to the left side again. This is some sort of battle right now.
Those of you who saw Ohlone up the way, you got Chabot, and then you got Laney up the East Bay. And Laney has a second baseman by the name of Koto Sato. No, I did it right. Koto Sato, K-O-T-O-S-A-T-O. And they're not related, and they were involved in many plays at the plate in the series that they had between those two teams.
Here's your 1-2, and it is lined into right center field. Stone on his horse, and he has it right over there in straightaway center. When we come back, we'll have the home half of the second inning. Shepard Facto, Steinhauer due up. We'll be back in 1 minute.
If you have the talent and dedication to succeed in school and in sports, we'll provide the opportunity.
When we adopt a shelter pet, we discover their unique mix of all kinds of things.
Come on, Joe, spot on this last one. There it is. Keep going with it. Leo.
They're a little bit of a lot of things, but they're all pure love.
Welcome back to Ohlone College baseball action live here on the Ohlone College Broadcasting YouTube channel. Once again, Yang Harrington is here to my right. Thank you so much for joining us.
H-A-R-R, not like the Los Medanos coach.
And I am Armando Galan. That is G-A-L-A-N.
Right, yeah. And it's shorter and very effective as our play-by-play man. That wind is really kicking up a lot more this inning. Nothing like we saw last week. I got a little bit of damage to one of my eyes. I'm not suing anyone.
Goodness, the wind was significant last week, and I gotta say, my first broadcast here the wind was ridiculous. There was 25 to 30 mile an hour winds, and it was a game against San Joaquin Delta, the 3 seed, I believe, right?
Yeah, they brought some of that wind from Highway 5 and 205 up here or something. I don't know. Maybe 99 as well. So I'm going to have to, though, ask the athletic department if they can help me with a road game sponsorship or scholarship, perhaps. I need either a mortar board or something back there because the wind took care of any hair I had back there remaining. It's all illusion here on TV.
And here now is Jaden Shepard, who is a .284 hitter on the season, .374 on base and .439 slugging. He takes a strike there, and he's down on the count 0-1.
Shepard really kicked it into high gear in that game 3. He had a double to lead off. The center fielder prevented him from another double with a diving catch, one of the best plays we saw from Cronin there, the center fielder from Marin. Then he had a pop to second, a double, and then later scored that 4th run, a very important one for Ohlone, and he flew out to center. But he was really hitting the ball hard and far.
Because he took his 0-1 for a ball, and it was low. Here's your 1-1, and it is line into right. The right fielder coming in, and he makes a diving play over there in right for the putouts. A nice play over there.
Parker Judy with a nice catch, and he's readjusting his attire out there, and doesn't seem any worse for the wear either way. The wear on the turf surface as he dove forward and made a beautiful catch. Another highway robbery for Shepard. 2 games in a row where an outfielder has taken away what looked to be a sure hit.
And here is another one of the Ohlone players that during April just came out of nowhere and had the month of their life and just did not stop. Clay Facto, who is going to be the DH this afternoon, and he takes a pitch on the outside corner for a ball, makes it 1-0.
Yeah, those are the facts on Facto. He's just been pushing that gas pedal harder, further down, pedal to the metal here at the end of the year.
As he pops this one, line it high and deep to left center field. It is at the wall, and it's a ground rule double.
Well, that ball jackrabbited over that hill just like some of those little rabbits and groundhogs we have out here on the Ohlone campus. It wasn't long for this field, and looks like someone thinks that he's got a souvenir. Let's see if he does a Wrigley Field throwback, or so far he's going to hold on to the ball. Oh, now he's throwing it. Somebody's already out there. Okay, the baseball police are on him. Okay. But thank you for fetching that one and enjoying the picnic otherwise out there above 347.
And here now is Corey Steinhauer, the Ohlone College catcher. And Steinhauer has a batting line of .252, .383, and .417 on the season. That's for batting average, on base, and slugging. Amazing slugging numbers, especially considering the .250 batting average.
Coach Fairfield loves what he's been doing with staff behind the dish. As you know, especially from some of the guys that don't have the power arms, they are bouncing a lot of them in there, trying to get some fishing from the batters, and Steinhauer has to be getting them out of the waves there behind home plate.
And Clay Facto with the first hit and first extra base hit of this series for Ohlone College. He's dancing around over there. And Steinhauer takes a fastball for a strike. Count is now 1-1. Steinhauer, in Game 1 of the College of Marin series, just barely missed a home run by the skin of his teeth. Just barely, just got too far under the ball, and instead of hitting it on the line, he kind of popped it a little bit too much, and the wind couldn't really carry it out.
He's had some lengthy at-bats trying to get some pitches from people.
And Facto is going to steal third, and that pitch gets away from...
I think he has to go back to second because it was hit. What happened was Steinhauer is given first base because even though the ball hit the ground before him, it still has to progress at least past the catcher's box. And it didn't. It hit him before it went through the batter's box.
And here now is Kyle Baraloo.
And that's actually very fortunate in the fact that Facto is not at third base right now. He had that base stolen so easily.
And was definitely in better scoring position as well. As a productive out would have scored a run in that situation, but now you got to get a base hit, and this is popped up to the left side and foul. And for Baraloo, getting base hits was not really much of a problem this season, as he's Got a batting average of .283, .406 on base, and slugging at .515. He has 24 driven in with 3 homers, one of them being a grand slam.
Can't do that here with only 2 on, but he'd go for the 3-run pop right now.
I would definitely love to bust out the home run call. Double steal attempt here, and it gets away from the catcher covering. And both runners are going to be safe.
Well, if you see that, if you were watching on your camera view there, Sato did not know where the ball was, so his pitcher pointed at it for him. And Sato also got rid of the mask instead of carrying the mask like you see a lot of catchers do. Even at this level, he threw it to a spot which wouldn't hurt the umpire, affect the play, a place where he wouldn't end up running over it himself.
And with the double steal attempt working, and that throws out a double play, possibly ending the inning with the ball hit on the ground. And Barreloup now has a chance to score 2 runs if he can find a gap.
Oh,
and
my
that's
goodness.
a balk. And a run is going to score on the balk, and it is 1-0 Ohlone College.
What I think happened there was the catcher Sato was going to review the signs again and go through the cycle through them again. And then he, the pitcher, wanted to recollect his thoughts, and he initially looked like he was going to come set, and he did not. There you can't do that.
And this ball is grounded onto the right side. Diving play by the second baseman, but cannot quite get it. That's going to be an RBI single, and Steinhauer scores. Give Barreloup an RBI.
Yeah, it's going to be ruled a hit. Pierce, the one thing that he doesn't really have is range at second base. A natural first baseman playing second. And with the injuries that Los Medanos had at the start of the year, RP stepped up to play that position. But it didn't look like he was able to scoot over to his left so well there. And he also looks like he's hurting a little bit now.
And I want to shout out real quick Brooke Anderson. She patted me on the back, said, good job. The Ohlone College center fielder for the softball team.
You know, we were talking to Julie Marshall, and is the PA announcer here today. She's a head softball coach here at Ohlone. And she, was saying, hey, how come we're not getting Japanese players like the baseball? A lot of the community colleges here in California are getting for baseball.
And a test back at first base, and it gets through the first baseman there on the pickoff play. Barreloup read it the entire way, and is going to take second there.
I'm wondering if we're going to see a coach come out and talk to somebody. There's been too much going on, too many weird things with the wild pitch on the double steal, then the balk, then the play at second that, Pierce wasn't able to make. It was a hit, but one you really want to see your second baseman make. And now this throwaway over at first base on a pickoff attempt.
And definitely, going back to the mound visit, it can't hurt right now, especially, just get the guys in the infield together and just say, hey guys, let's calm down for a minute. All right, all we have to do is execute, and we're good. This is on the ground, and it's a comebacker that hits the pitcher, goes to the first baseman who's covering, gets the put out there. Now let's make sure that the pitcher here is okay. Barreloup did move up there.
That's kind of
on
like
the comebacker.
On the comebacker, sorry to interrupt you. You want to find that time code and log that one. You don't see that very often. Basically kicked it to the first baseman inadvertently. More like just got struck and it bounced directly at a 90-degree angle to first base. A 1-3 putout officially.
And Brody Iglite, the pitcher, is not going to get any medical attention whatsoever. He's immediately shook off everybody. And let's see what happens here. Takumi is now up, and he checks his swing, but that's going to be called a strike anyway, and the count is now 0-1. Takumi. And hold on here, as Coach Curran is talking about a runner here.
Some of those Medanos fans aren't too happy. They're saying he's got a comment for everything, but then some of the fans on the Ohlone side are also chirping back. So let's control it in the stands. Umpires can control it on the field. It's more of a comical thing, though. People are laughing a little bit more than being seriously upset.
And Takumi takes a breaking pitch on the outside corner for a ball. I'm going to update you guys with the score and inning. It's the second inning. Bottom of the second inning, 2-0 Ohlone College. Swing and a miss there from Takumi to make the count 1-2.
This is where you want to get a bigger, more interesting crooked number for Ohlone. Having the 2-0 lead here is great, but Takumi Maeno would really like to hit it to center field somewhere and drive another guy in.
And as Takumi calls time, I want to again point out, just like last week, if you see a comment from the Gaming Runner Production YouTube channel, calling out the score, inning, and who's in the lead. On the ground to the left side, the shortstop makes a play on it, throws it to first in time for the out. Let me quickly finish my thought. That's the most up-to-date score in inning update. And with Ohlone College scoring 2 runs, one of them coming off the air and one of them coming off of a balk. We will be right back after this 1-minute break. You are watching Ohlone College baseball action live on the Ohlone College Broadcasting YouTube channel. We'll be back.
They got a little bit. We played them twice early in the year, and they got a little bit more velocity with their arms. They got some guys who can run up there anywhere from 89 to 92. We're going to hunt outs as defenders. We're going to hunt 15 or less innings as pitchers. We're going to hunt jobs and fastballs as hitters, and we're going to come out. We're going to play hard, play fast, play loose, play reactionary, and just play baseball. And you just you can't start looking at all the stuff, out on the periphery. You can't do that. Once you do that, you kind of lose focus of right here. And so we want to keep our guys focused, and I think they understand that. And I think getting last week behind us was going to be a big help for us.
Alright guys, listen up.
My mama, my dad,
Our grandpa,
my daddy.
our dad works at Caltrans, right on the highway, right next to speeding cars.
It's so scary. I worry
Slow
about
for the cones, everybody out there on the roads. But if you're on the roads, you shouldn't be watching this, at least if you're driving. Really happy that so many folks are watching and commenting online. Blue Vet says, go Valdez 35. Sally Pasquale watching from Vegas. Go Renegades. Same for Blue Vet 22. And then Baseball Eyeball said, don't give us away. The Castillos are in the parking lot structure. And then Tony Harrington checking in saying that I've misidentified the coach, and I do apologize. It's hard. It's much harder, perhaps with my eye damage. No excuses. But it would be great if we had some coaches with numbers. I don't like it without the numbers.
And I believe that is Mr. Castillo over there in the blue shirt, who was just waving his arms over there at the parking structure. If that is you, wave your arms once again. Here's your 0-0. Swing and a miss there, and the batter here to start off this inning is going to be Boyce. And he is, yes, that's Mr. Castillo over there.
Is he running some sort of Zumba class out there in far left field, perhaps?
I will say, if I was watching this game, I would sit in the parking structure for at least one of them for this series.
My son played golf for the first time, and that's a lot more exercise for the fans than baseball is. But here is the Mr. Castillo out there, trying to get us all up and active here at the ballpark.
And there's your 1-1, and it is inside. Foley just barely missed the mark there. That was, and a lot of people say that and think, no, he was completely off the mark. But the difference is in your release point by an inch, whether you completely miss the mark or you don't. So in reality, you just miss the mark every single time.
Yeah, you get one pitch by one pitch. You don't really get to zero like you do at the rifle range. And it's a very slight kinetic difference can be a very big difference on the scoreboard.
Now, Boyce, Neal, and Pierce is going to be due up for this Mustang squad.
Boyce out of the county seat of Contra Costa County. Martinez went to Alhambra High and had a little bit of food poisoning. Thought maybe it was vertigo at the end of the year in that Laney series, but he was okay after a day. Able to get back in the lineup.
3-2 is on the outside corner, and that's going to be a walk for Boyce, the center fielder.
First time today that Los Medanos has had the leadoff hitter on. They've had a runner on in each of the last 2 innings, the first 2 of the game. They had a single in the first and a walk in the second. Yet to score, though, with Ohlone leading 2-0 here in the top of the third.
And with 2 hits for Ohlone College, 1 hit for the Mustangs. This is on the ground to the right side. Barely tags him for 1, throws it to second in time for the out. Call that a 4-3 double play, a very rare 4-3.
There's a bingo-bango for Gary Koff and for the Ohlone defense. Kyle Barlow with a really wonderful play. And he got the credit right away. The call made by the base umpire, moving over from the third base line when no one's on to that spot in front of the shortstop. Right there to make the call. And then Barlow threw it over to Shepard. Shepard with that reach, able to make the difference, I think, in getting a double play.
And here now is going to be Pierce. As he was possibly going to have an opportunity here with a runner on, but now has to ignite a rally himself by trying to get on base. 0-1 inside for a ball.
Several of the players on Los Medanos who were redshirt freshmen may only play 1 year for the Mustangs, and Coach Dalbora is not only aware of that, but is very much rooting for the guys as we hit the bull there.
And the 0-1 there, and that's a very rare what in the world did I just do pitch from Foley.
When you're talking about maybe an inch off on your delivery, that was
more than an inch.
That was a mile.
And Foley has to be thinking to himself, all right, well, that happened with no runners on. Here I go again.
Yeah, and make those mistakes with nobody on if you can.
Exactly.
And your catcher gets a little breather, a little break too, whatever.
Well, I live by this motto. I always say this to myself. If I'm going to mess up, just get it out of the way early.
Right.
Just get it out of the way early so that I can make up for it later on. And Pierce, who went to Clayton Valley Charter, actually. Interesting. I remember a Clayton Valley Charter high school football game against Liberty High that happened at James Logan for the Honor Bowl. One of the best games, one of the best high school games I've ever seen in my life. 3-2 on the ground. Ibarra with a nice play, throwing it to first in time for the out with absolutely no drama attached to it. And we'll be back in just a minute with the home half of the third inning, and it's 2-0 Ohlone College.
Alright guys, listen up.
My mama, my dad,
Our grandpa,
my daddy.
our dad works at Caltrans, right on the highway, right next to speeding cars.
It's so scary. I worry about her.
Some people drive so fast. Bang, bang, bang. Please.
Please be careful. At least slow down.
And pay attention.
Be alert. Be work zone alert.
If you have the talent and dedication to succeed in school and in sports, we'll provide the opportunity.
And welcome back to Ohlone College Baseball Action live on the Ohlone College Broadcasting YouTube channel. Standing in now is going to be Damian Stone, and due up in this bottom of the third inning is going to be Stone, Ibarra, and Valdez. Shepard will be acting in as the cleanup. And Ohlone College leads by a score of 2-0. 2 hits for Ohlone and 1 error committed. 1 hit for the Mustangs and 2 errors committed. The 0-0 fastball is in there for a strike against Damian Stone.
I always feel like the batter's in trouble when you say the 0-0, you know. But maybe a little bit of 0-0 is got a spill here, but I think we're okay.
Yeah, spill on my computer. Does anybody have napkins?
Well, we need a napkin sponsorship for Ohlone Broadcasting.
Mason Stone coming in the clutch over here, saving my computer from a
Just
hot
when you
beverage.
thought you were safe from the rain.
Yeah, I make the rain
myself.
myself.
And a sunny day and sprinkling on our computer.
It's sprinkling boiling hot tea to keep my voice in good shape.
Wow. Oh, man. Keep that computer. We need that computer. Your brain is doing great as your number 1 computer, but it's nice to have that accessory in front of you, too.
Exactly. Because my brain has ADHD, so it's not hardwired to remember anything. As that 2-1 is in there for a strike, makes it 2-2.
No, that's good, though. Everything's fresh, you know, in that regard. It's not a bad thing always. Stone got on the first inning with after Mayano strikeout on an error by the shortstop. He threw that ball away, and he got to second base.
And we'll
moving to third on a stolen base.
And I'll address Buzz Parker's comment in just a second during the intermission to the next at-bat. I'll answer that question for you guys. 2-2, high and outside for a ball. And Damian Stone trying to work his way on, has a stolen base on the afternoon. Would have been his 45th of the season if it was a regular season game. Here's your 3-2. Inside, and he walked him. A really, really tough take there, but an even better take than it was a pitch there by Damian Stone, and he works his way on base.
I want to thank Tony G again for watching, as well as Brady Moore. You'll be addressing him, you said, or something? At some point here. Charlie Costello watching and listening from Berkeley. Berserkly is rooting for the Renegades today. That's wonderful.
And to answer Buzz Parker's question, so there was a question about pitcher Iglesias' windup. And the reason being is because Ohlone College had a pitcher that was doing a similar windup last season that was actually called on multiple occasions. This ball is lined into left center field. It looks like it might find some grass. Diving play over there by the center fielder, Boyce. And robs Ibarra of a hit.
No vertigo for Boyce out there. He's running at full strength and had the great balance and the dexterity to fall forward and make that catch at running speed. Amazing play there. Only a few people can do that at the highest level. Boyce just did.
Yeah, so the question was about the pitcher's windup and whether it was a legal windup or not, and apparently it was. So that was just the concern. Inside, and it's set, and the home plate umpire says it hit Valdez. And so Ibarra, who stole and actually did a great job doing so, was thinking to himself, oh my goodness, or rather Stone, who did a great job stealing, or must be thinking to himself, oh my goodness.
All that effort.
And all I was going to do was walk anyways.
I expended some of my potassium from the banana I ate last inning. Sato was ready to make that throw down, but right on the case immediately was Eric Thompson pointing at the batter, calling time, saying that Ibarra had first base. Pardon me.
And Shepard to the left side, and a tough play over there by the third baseman, trying going for two, and he's going to get none of them as Shepard beats out the infield single. We have bases loaded here, and let's see how that's going to be scored, as I do believe that is going to be scored in E5. And it is going to be scored in E5. And so, for the Mustangs, a bit of a frustrating start with 3 errors here in the first 3 innings. And here now is Clay Facto, who is 1 for 1 on the afternoon, has the only extra base hit for this Ohlone College squad today. And he's swinging bunts here, and Stone is going to be safe at home, and Clay is safe at second. Or at first. And it's going to be an RBI infield single. The score is now 3-0 Ohlone College, and I'm stuttering every turn.
Doing fine. I think this is going to get overturned. The guys are going to get together and talk about it. The first base umpire said that he thought that the first baseman, Bogan, had come off the bag. And from here, it didn't look like he did. He's tawing him off the bag. So what happened in this case was there's runners at the higher bases, if you will, third, home. Each of the other two umpires have other assignments, so they didn't get a look at it. They've got to call him safe and go with the call that was made by the only umpire who was looking at the play. So,
and the score now is 3-0 Ohlone College here in the bottom of the third inning. Only 2 hits for Ohlone College and 3 runs scored. 3 errors committed by the Mustangs here early on. And Steinhauer's now up with the bases loaded. He swings and fouls this one off. Barely gets a piece of it there, makes it 0-1.
Well, it doesn't matter quite how you get them as long as you keep that score going up. It's an entertaining game, to say the least. And this is not the game that Los Medanos wanted here in Game 1 of the series.
Definitely not, as Ohlone College is just gaining nothing but all the momentum right now. And Los Medanos has to try and figure out a way to force the momentum back to their side. And one quick way to do that is to get a double play here in this situation.
Sada was trying to make baseball juice, squeezing that baseball for the umpire, trying to get that strike called, and it didn't happen. Nothing to drink there.
Here's your 1-1 to Steinhauer. He lines this one to left. It's going to be a base hit. Valdez is going to score. Shepard's being waved home. The throw is not in time. 2 runs are going to score on an RBI single by Corey Steinhauer, a 2 RBI single. And the score is now 5-0 Ohlone College here early.
Now, number 4, Kyle
Barely trying to get on base for the second time today. And this is going to make for a messy scorebook, you know. Some of them you're not sure if it's an error hit, but you're not sure if the umpires are going to come back and make a change. And but for Ohlone, Coach Curran and company, they're happy as larks to see these guys going around the bases.
I wouldn't be surprised here if a possible double steal attempt is on again here for Clay and Steinhauer, who performed it perfectly in their last attempt, as that first pitch is a slider that misses the zone, makes the count 1-0, and Baraloo had an RBI single. And the 1-0 outside for a ball makes it 2-0.
Open stance for the left-handed hitter, Baraloo, trying to get the barrel of the bat on the ball.
He actually practiced a lot hitting from the right side this week during practice. Of course, the only switch hitter on this team. The 2-0 inside makes it 3-0.
Another art that you see a little bit less. You see some of the kids coming up as catchers trying to hit on that left side, which is always a smart move. Be a left-handed hitting catcher. Yeah, switch hitting.
And
lost art.
Chico Stevie, a.k.a. Stevie Hom, on the on-deck circle. If he gets an opportunity here to hit. And he will, as Baraloo's going to get that 4-pitch walk that he was definitely looking for there. And that brings up Stevie Hom, and we're going to have a mound visit here. And Stevie Hom, who was robbed of a base hit on a comebacker in the second inning.
Coach Dalbor, one of the 3 pitchers on that staff of coaches, went to Chico State, and then got that master's at USF and started his coaching career. Just wanted to find a place to be of service to the game of baseball and make a living, and he's figured that out, as has Coach Curran for Ohlone. Both of them very successful and here in the playoffs. But they've got to no sleight of hand really is going to work. You're just going to have to really go at these batters and try to get a double play ball here. 5-0 is the score with Ohlone still batting here in the third.
And Stevie Hom, who's got his walk-up song's got everybody in a good mood here. It's batting at .336 with 5 homers on the season. He takes for a ball 35 driven in, 434 on base at .619 slugging. That's one heck of a 9-hole hitter right there, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, we'll take that any day from the 9-hole.
And now with the 1-0 count, Stevie awaits, kicks and deals. Here it comes. Outside for another ball. The bases are loaded here in the bottom of the third.
When you said Stevie, I thought you said Stevia, like that new great sweet product that they put in the coffee and tea and your favorite breakfast, maybe a little oatmeal.
I will say I do say Stevie a lot because I say a lot. 2-0 outside for a ball.
He's trying to sweeten this up a little more. 5-0 with Ohlone getting 2 in the second and 3 so far here in the bottom of the third.
And Iglite is having trouble trying to find the zone. 7 balls in a row. Through 3-0. In there for a strike. You know, there's eventually going to be a catalog of me jinxing players because that has happened quite a number of times this season. If somebody does make that, please send it to me. I will laugh super hard at it. 3-1. In there for a strike. And Stevie Hom now in a full count. He was actually the last person to leave practice yesterday as I was doing an interview with him. And he was the last person to leave the batting cages and leave the dugout. The 3-2 on the ground and fouled to the left side.
Iglite doesn't mind pitching with runners on base because that happens a lot for him. But he's been very adept for the Mustangs at leaving them on base. So you may see a lot of innings where he's got 1 or 2 guys left on. And I don't think anybody minds too much on their side of things if nobody scores. But here that's not the case today with Ohlone.
Here's your 3-2. It is high, and Stevie Hom is going to walk home a run.
Well, we've had action in that Ohlone pen. We'll see if anybody hops out here now to make a change.
I closed my tab on accident here with the lineup card. Can't be doing that.
Well, you closed your tab. Was your bartender happy with you here?
No, he was not.
No, we're not allowed to drink here. That's one reason why.
And
let that be a lesson to you. Why did you have a tab? Oh, I see. It's your computer. Gotcha.
Yes.
The water incident, now the closed tab incident.
Yes, my computer has been given a certain nickname for a reason.
Well, this is perhaps the time of the game where Los Medanos needs to get Maeno out. Maeno's looking for a hit, his first in the postseason. He has had a walk. He has had an RBI. Otherwise, 0 for 5. And then today, also, nothing doing so far.
With the 1-0, it's well off the mark. Makes it 2-0. And want to give a quick shout-out to, again, our Ohlone softball individuals. We got both coaches here to my right doing public address and scoreboard. And we got some of the players in front of us. Tony, Brooke. We got Courtney over there and Ashley as well.
On a first-name basis, huh? There you
I
go.
have to remember a lot of these.
It's good. You like to shorten it up at the start of the game with the last names. Kind of like it's a military mail call. And then over here, M-A-I-L, that is, folks, if you haven't been in.
I will say it's a different learning curve versus, Ohlone baseball having 30-plus players inside to Takumi, and he's going to walk home and run himself. Steinhauer comes in to score, and it's now 7-0.
I think they really wanted that pitch, and I think he very well could have called that a strike, and he didn't. And this is not currently baseball. This is more of a fashion show of what number the guy's wearing on his back when he scores. 7 runs 5 of them in here with just the benefit of 1 out. And here comes Chaz out there for Los Medanos in this.
And I was actually pretty surprised that he didn't come out sooner, as their new pitcher is coming out already. So this is definitely going to be a pitching change, and we'll have a new pitcher for you when we come back from the break. This is Ohlone College baseball action live on the Ohlone College Broadcasting YouTube channel. It is 7-0 here in the bottom of the third, and we'll be back after this break.
So first game was really a slugfest. We were very happy with the guys. They came out and made some nice adjustments at the plate. We figured out what we needed to do with their pitchers finally. And we made a couple plate adjustments, and we made a whole different approach. Next game, again, they just, hats off to Marin. They pitched well all weekend. Luckily, we got that walk-off home run by Stone to end it, and it's just at this point, it's kind of like what we always say: survive and advance, survive and advance. And so, survive and advance.
When I fly with you, we gon' fly to the moon.
Good. How are you? They're okay. Yeah, no complaints. Dominic's going to be 18 tomorrow. I'll be here for part of his birthday, but then I'll try to jet out here. Jerry said maybe we'd try to get a pizza somewhere after this. So I shouldn't know it.
He's graduating from high school?
Yeah, he'll be graduating this year. He played golf. He was one of the top novice golfers this year. He didn't play baseball this season. We talked about that stuff. But it's great to celebrate baseball here.
Oh yeah.
This might be a rough one today. What number do you catch a number on this guy, Artie? I mean, the 20 number. Oh, he's going to turn around 4 times. 27. Okay, nice. Right on.
I'll let you do it.
If you want to call it work. Yeah. This is the guy that turned on it.
All right. As we return back, we got a new pitcher by the name of Jack Saylor. It's going to be, it would have been his 14th appearance on the season, I believe, unless he had an appearance over the weekend, last weekend, which I'm pretty sure he did. 3-0 record, 41 in the third innings pitched, 43 hits given up, 28 runs given up, 25 earned runs, 19 walks, 38 strikeouts per 9 inning of 7.71, 5 home runs given up, 5.08 ERA. As Stone takes a first pitch strike, makes it 0-1.
Nice bender from Saylor. S-A-Y, not S-A-I-L-O-R.
And that's 0-1 is on the outside for a ball.
Bases are filled with Renegades yet again after 2 walks finished off the starter Eglite.
The 1-1 is line in the center, and it's going to find some grass. Being waved home is Stevie. He is running hard, and he is going to score. 9-0 is the score here. Ohlone in the lead. A 2 RBI single for Damian Stone, his first hit of the afternoon. He did reach on an error earlier on in the game.
2 RBI for Stone, on base for the 3rd time in still 3 innings, the 2nd time in this inning as he led off this inning.
And the party is continuing here for Ohlone College. And here now is Ibarra, who takes a pitch on high and outside for a ball, makes it 1-0.
And as you were talking about it, reminding me of that great catch by Tyler Boyce on Ibarra. Had he not caught that, there would have been no outs still.
Here's your 1-0. In there for a strike. Ibarra is now in the count 1-1. 9 hits for Ohlone College 5 hits for Ohlone College and 9 runs scored. I always read that backwards.
Dolly Parton would say working 9 to 5, right?
Yeah, exactly. The 1-1. A check at the runner at second. Wouldn't be surprised if it's a test. This is popped up to the left side, and it looks like a dangerous play, and it is. It finds some grass. Miano's going to move up to third, and he's going to be waved home. The throw home is in time for the out.
So Sato out of Tokai University, Suwa High School, Japan, tags out Maeno out of Fukuoka High School here in North America.
And
that's the second out. Ohlone still has some chance to score more here in this inning, despite that nice play recovering was the Los Medanos defense.
And with Takumi being waved home, all 3 of the runners that were on base at the time also moved up. So Ibarra gets a double, and Stone moves up to second. Here's Valdez, who's 0 for 1 with a hit by pitch in this game. He almost got hit again. They're inside, makes the count 1-0.
I think he might get credit for a single and second on the throw, but we will see. Either way, runners at second and third with 2 away.
And with the 1-0, and it's Wild on the outside corner and makes it 2-0.
Thanks, guys. You ruled out a single officially.
All right.
But he was ready to run. He was getting the go sign all the way there.
And Valdez with his 2-0, and it's popped straight up.
Oh, we thought we had
backwards over there by the COVID tent. Heads up, COVID tent.
Yeah.
Got a baseball coming your way.
Yeah, you go for a COVID test and you get a bump on the noggin. That would be no fair. That's not what you're looking for.
I think they got a canopy up there as well.
That's not a swab.
Protect them from the rain. The rain of Valdez.
Although, I don't know how thick these canopy felt is up there.
And on the left side, fouled off and makes it 2-2. And a very important due-up in the top of the 4th inning will be Vogan, Berry, and Roca for the Mustangs. And the reason why I say very important is because it's ultra important now to get out there and try to score as many runs as possible after giving up a 7th spot here and possibly more in this bottom of the 3rd.
Absolutely. Number 1, that, yes, you have time to catch up. Number 2, you don't want to waste pitchers. You need tomorrow.
And this is absolutely a moonshot. Forget about this one. Bye, baby. Mike Anthony Valdez with his 2nd homer of the postseason, his first here in this game. And he unloads the bases that had 2 runners on it. It's a 3-run homer, 12-0, Ohlone College.
That was a blast. We were just saying that Coach Dalbora has some problems there. Now this is a blowout. And now you've got to save pitching. We might not see anybody who even has pitched during the season as we go through this game. We may have some guys out there who he knows has strong arms and shouldn't hurt themselves, who he thinks can throw strikes, and this will be a batting practice game the rest of the way for Ohlone.
And here now is Shepard. He takes a pitch on the outside corner for a ball. And with the first-round tripper by any team here, so if anybody was betting on that, if you betted on Valdez to hit the first-round tripper for either team, then you've won yourself some money. Although I don't know why you would be betting on a...
I know, I'm talking about you having a tab and people as a bartender here, there isn't one, and now we're talking gambling. Wow, we're only in the 3rd inning. This is the old Wild West here. Next we're going to have an SNA film breaking out.
Just trying new things. Lined it to left for a base hit. Shepard keeps it rolling and rolling. He gets himself a single there. And now he's 1 for 3 on the afternoon. Here comes Clay Facteau.
And the ball's getting away, and Shepard looking alert there. That's the stuff that guys who might be scouting, area scouts or pro scouts looking at these college games, they're looking at guys so attentive. When that ball was between the mound and the first baseline, Shepard was ready to go. He was already had his track shoes on, ready for second base. This is somewhat uncharted territory for Los Medanos, not used to being blown out. They are used to being in some high-scoring games, but not used to 12-0 in the third.
As Facteau lines this one to left, it's going to find some grass as well. Shepard's going to move up to second. It's another single for Clay Facteau, who's 3 for 3 now and having himself one heck of a game. Here comes Corey Steinhauer.
So there was some action in the bullpen. The pitcher who was throwing down there, we didn't quite get to see his number for Los Medanos, and the catcher who was catching him have come back into the dugout for now. So either they're ready to go after this batter, or they shut it down for now.
And Ohlone College, who has hung up a 10 spot here in this inning. Corey Steinhauer looking to try and keep it going now. As he takes inside for a strike.
Los Medanos doesn't get a lot of wind there. They have more of a field interest with a natural grass and clay surface there in Pittsburgh, but they were getting ready for some high winds like we had last weekend, and they've kind of tailed off, and those balls just falling in front of the left fielder.
Outside for a ball, makes the count 1-1 now.
You could throw our voice and ask for the count.
Excuse me, what's the count, Blue?
Didn't respond to me.
1-1. It's either 2-1 or 1-1, or 2-0 or 1-1. And that's in there for a strike. Let's see here.
He is not showing off that manicure, Eric Thompson. He's going to stick it to us. He's the tough taskmaster. He's telling us we should have been making sure on that first pitch when it was.
Count, Blue. All right, it's 1-2.
Yes, there is one, he said. He's been calling very consistently for the most part. Very few misses with the strikes and balls from Eric Thompson. A really good umpire to have lead off a series.
And I highly agree with that statement. Now, with a 1-2, Steinhauer awaits his delivery. With Clay and Shepard on at first and second. Here's your 1-2. And it is line high and deep to right at the wall. Jumping play keeps it in the park. It would have been a home run for Corey Steinhauer. However, it's a 2 RBI double instead.
Steinhauer really hit that one well. Once in a while you hear a ball off the bat. You just don't really hear it super loud, but that thing goes a country mile. He just had that one perfectly off the sweet spot of that aluminum bat. And a home run saving play by Parker Judy, who already made a great catch in the first inning. And now he just is disappointed with himself for not being able to hold that one in the leather web. But 2 more runs score, making it 14-0. And Ohlone does not have a football team, but it's as if they do today.
Yeah, they're up by 2 touchdowns currently.
And the kicker's good with the extra points, but 2 more score there on the double.
And here now is Kyle Barrelau. That's now Steinhauer's 4th RBI of the afternoon. As this is popped straight up to right center field. A catcher coming in makes a nice play there and ends the inning. But not before Ohlone College plates 12 of them here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. And we will be back in just a minute after this quick break. You are watching Ohlone College baseball action live on the Ohlone College broadcasting YouTube channel. The score is 14-0 Ohlone College.
When we adopt a shelter pet, we discover their unique mix of all kinds of things.
Come on, Drew, spot on this last one. There it is. Keep going with it. Leo.
They're a little bit of a lot of things, but they're all pure love.
You like you pick. You pick. I like them all.
I don't really care. I'm not a giant boat donut guy, but I'll always put a couple
Sprinkles in, man. What is it, boy chocolate?
Yeah, whatever you like.
I'm going to grab this. Okay.
Welcome back to Ohlone College here. As I originally said, when Ohlone put up 7 runs in the third inning, that this would be a huge half inning for this Mustang squad to try and put up some more runs and turning this game around and chip away. But then 7 more runs, or rather, not 7. Let me quickly do my math here. 5 more runs ended up crossing over the plate. 3 of them off of a Mike Anthony Valdez 3-run homer. If you are just joining us, you have missed a lot. A 12-run third inning, bottom of the third inning for Ohlone College, putting them in the lead by a score of 14-0.
Those scoreboards are designed still with. It's not like a video board that you can adjust and put a 12 in that third column. So it is only the number 2. When you get to the runs, hits, and errors, it is 14 runs on 10 hits on the board for Ohlone. And you can see that very well.
And Foley starts his top of the 4th inning here with a first pitch strike. It's Vogenberry and Roca due up as Vogan takes for a ball here. And he had himself a base hit to start this game. Oh, goodness. Have my phone playing at full blast here. That's not exactly a good thing with the live mic on. 2-1. We're keeping track, of course, of the stream and the score in the comment section with a device called a cell phone. Not sure if you've heard of it. Here's your 2-1. And it is low and outside for a ball. Makes it 3-1.
I always thought cell phone should just have one L, because otherwise it sounds like you are in a prison cell, somehow incarcerated, but happen to have a phone.
Why not a human cell? Inside, and it's a walk.
True. Maybe there's some sort of cellular level of existence here that we don't know of.
And that's where I'm going to just stop, because I know nothing about science, and I'm not even going to claim to try.
You're a young man. You have plenty. You have your whole rest of your life. I mean, Benjamin Franklin was figuring stuff out much somewhere between your age and mine. So we're good.
I do want to learn about microbes, though, and viruses and vaccines, and how they stage, reactions within the body and whatnot. I learned the science behind the COVID vaccine, where your immune system is basically, once it gets the vaccine from COVID, it's basically reading the vaccine like a book. As this is popped up to left, Takumi at the wall, and it is gone.
And that's a wind-aided home run, albeit by a very good hitter, Nick Berry. He has been doing that all year for Los Medanos, and that wind had settled down, but then it picked up here for Los Medanos as we get to what's normally the most windy part of the day, about 3:30 here in the Pacific Daylight Time afternoon.
And Nick Berry, who had 6 home runs on the season, just hit his first here of this series. I believe that I'm not sure how many he's hit in the playoffs. However, I imagine that is not his first, as that was a nice swing in the bat, though. Good mechanics. It was wind-aided, but great mechanics driving through that baseball and staying on it and helping it drive out to straightaway left field. Swing and a miss there from Roca.
So the shutout gone, but Foley just trying to challenge each and every hitter. The danger there, the first guy got on, a little cheaply. Want to avoid that. Safe call on that, no strike call.
As the check swing there, it's going to be called the ball on no-go, as first base umpire said that Roca did not break the plane. The 2-1 is on the outside, and it's 3-1, and Foley having a little bit of trouble here with his command to start this fourth inning.
You kind of think, okay, you're up 14-0, not 14-2. Do you want to save Foley for tomorrow and have another arm like you used the other day, last Saturday, when he came back in the day after his start?
And then you also have to wonder, too, do I want my bullpen to not be so taxed through this whole series? Plenty of options also. This is on the ground. Foley has it himself, throws it to first, but it is wild. As Shepard couldn't quite dig it out, the throw was low. And Roca's going to move up to second there, and what I believe should be scored is an E1.
Yep. Error 1 on the throw all the way.
And this is definitely not something you want to do after putting up an impressive inning like a 12 spot. You definitely don't want to allow the other team to start gaining more confidence back, and basically what you really want to do when you have such a large lead like this early on in the game is you want to just hammer down, and you're not coming back into this game.
Right.
And that's definitely not the message that Ohlone is sending here early in this fourth inning.
I think what Coach Fairfield wants to do is just say, look, fellas, we need to make the routine plays. That's how we got here. And no need to rush. Initially, it didn't look like Foley was rushing. Maybe he thought the runner was closer to first than he expected him to be. He was running hard out of the box. But just threw it away. I mean, physical errors happen. But you need to get this game pushed along now with as few pitches being made by Ohlone, as you said. Don't want to waste your bullpen.
Exactly. And the first pitch to Judy there is a swing and a miss, and we are actually... Nope, my computer's lying to me. It said that it's 80 degrees, but it's 73 degrees. I don't know why, but my computer's giving me weather for Concord. Well, it seems like a great weather in Concord right now, then. Huh? How about that? 80-degree weather? Is there a baseball game going on over there?
This is roughly the same weather as Concord's having right now.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
74 to about 80 with next to no wind. The 1-1. And the runner over there gets caught in a run. Well, was going to get caught in a rundown, but comes back quickly. Showing off some speed over there was Roca.
So coming up out of his crouch, Steinhauer was a little surprised to see that Rocha was off so far. And then I think he was one step away. If Rocha was one step closer to third, I actually think he would have run at him a little bit more to make him commit to a base before he threw it. Good arm strength displayed there.
And accuracy as well. That was Stevie Hahn was on the run there, and it looked like a perfectly led pass for a first down there.
Yeah.
By Corey Steinhauer.
Baseball eyeballs, Tom, this has turned into a fashion show. Isn't that an old Hank Greenwald line? If it is, tip of the cap to Hank Greenwald. Yeah, who I listen to a lot.
This is on the ground to the right side. Shepard flips it to Foley, who is covering for the first out. To answer your question, Gabriel Calvillo, it is the top of the fourth inning, 14-2, Ohlone College.
Hank Greenwald's son, the great Giants announcer Hank Greenwald, his son Doug was a manager of the high school baseball team at Wallenberg in San Francisco, Raul Wallenberg High School. When I was coach, the first time I coached varsity baseball at Woodrow Wilson in the Bayview Hunters Point, Portola districts of San Francisco. And, yeah, it was great to see. I thought the guy could play, and he probably could have played at least high school baseball, but he chose to go right into his broadcasting career by keeping all the stats and getting to know all the lingo and all the behind-the-scenes stuff that they do on the bench there for Wallenberg. And then he had become, for 2 decades, Fresno's voice in AAA.
Foley with the 1-0.
Much later, I got to while in the Army, I got to visit Las Vegas. Don't ask me why. It's not clandestine, but I was there for something in the area and got to see the Fresno team come play Las Vegas at the time called the 51s, and got to sit with Doug Greenwald. He called me his on-site coordinator. It was fun.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's actually a story even I didn't know.
Well, I mean, actually, I don't think anyone knew that until now. It's been finally divulged. It's amazing.
All right. Now we're going to get multiple articles printing about this.
Well, thanks for bringing up Hank Greenwald's baseball eyeballs. Appreciate it.
It is fouled off to the right side.
We may need some more stories today. When it's 14-2, you start kind of reaching in the
reaching into that filler's brain.
It's kind of like some of the time with COVID where maybe we were going through some boxes we hadn't seen for a while, or what's in this closet, or what's in this cupboard. 14-2. All right.
The 2-2 is on the outside corner, makes it 3-2, and
Colton Trudeau had a errant throw after making a decent field of a ball early on. Also had a very nice play to end an inning that they really badly needed. Los Medanos didn't know how badly they would need that coming the next inning.
And with the 3-2, Foley looking for any type of put out here, possibly even non-productive out, as that's going to be a fastball too low, and it's going to walk Trudeau. And that's the first time he's going to reach base this afternoon.
Got a great scorekeeper the old school way with a pen and paper to our left in front of our switcher Paula Bola and our director Mason Stone.
And that is the mother of Max Gonzalez who is keeping the score.
And she has a black umbrella out. At least it's not indoors and all the superstition of baseball combined with society at large, sport and society here. But it kind of blocks a little bit of the view for us of the Ohlone. It frankly completely blocks the view of the dugout.
Yeah.
So I think
from my vantage point, a little bit in left field, I have to sit up and stand up in order.
But I'd rather.
It's okay though.
I'd rather have Ms. Gonzalez in her role keeping score and being a fan, comfortable and not burning. Others seem to like that sun shining on them about much more than humans should, I think.
Exactly.
But we have a canopy over us, and I thank folks for putting that up.
I mean, I was pretty surprised that I didn't get a single sunburn after not putting on any sunblock last week. 10 hours under the sun that we worked.
Yes. Like I said, I lost the remaining 14 hairs from the back of my head. And I think there was at least one time someone said it wasn't pretty when I turned around not knowing the camera was on the other day. So I want to thank our director for that, too. Great job.
Popped straight up to the left side. Ibarra in foul territory with a nice play and records the second out here with runners at the corners. And Sato is going to go down 0 for 2 on the afternoon so far. And here is Boyce, who walked in his previous attempt.
Pretty hard on himself there, the catcher, but that's a situation you've got to get extremely greedy here. 2 is not enough when you're down by 14, now 12. Runners at first and third. You want at least to move that guy from first over, if nothing else.
And, of course, you also have to remind yourself that 2 is definitely better than nothing.
Yeah, I mean, you can't scratch back. The most you can score with one swing of the bat is 4. And you've got 3 cycles of that just to be tied right now. If Ohlone were to give that up, it would be mega historic.
For sure. As the runner at first base there is going to steal. That was Trudeau. He steals second there on a pitch that bounced to the plate. What would we call that? Fastball?
I actually think that he did read the pitch coming into the catcher, but I would call that a delayed steal. I do think that he had a good walking lead there, and he was well off first base, and he thought on delivery he could make that. So also in doing that, if the catcher were to throw over to second base and he'd be safe, the guy from third might be able to score.
And this ball is lined high and deep to center field. Stone is after it, but it is gone off the scoreboard.
I'm not sure if it hit the yellow line first and the scoreboard second or vice versa, but pinball machine right below that scoreboard. We've had the view of several times, and the score suddenly getting closer. Los Medanos, not a stranger to high-scoring games, just had all season long not allowed an opponent to put up so many runs before they scored.
And Boyce hits the 3-run homer that these Mustangs were hoping he would hit. And it's not necessarily a brand new ball game, but this definitely puts the Mustangs in a more manageable situation.
Well, sometimes when you get a big lead, it doesn't feel like it's real baseball. And Foley looked like he was having a little bit of a problem finding the plate. Then he was putting it in spots you just don't want to throw to quality hitters like the Mustangs have.
And Shepard gets the final recorded out there, 3 unassisted. We'll be back with the home half of the 4th inning. And the Mustangs put up a 5 spot here in the top of the 4th, 14-5. We'll be back in a minute.
We had our backs against the wall. It was like a heavyweight fight. You know, they knocked us down, and man, we were out, and we knocked them down, and they were out, and they got back up, and they knocked us out, and we got back up, and so I think that home run was just that, you know, kind of that thing where it was just kind of that like, yeah, we did it, you know, and the guys were just so excited, and so it's neat to see them. We talk here all the time. If you're going to play here, you're going to play hard, but you're going to enjoy it. We're never going to apologize for having a good time and celebrating things. We always want to be, you know, as professional as possible, but the guys were just so happy. It was neat to see them kind of live that moment. We gon' fly to the moon, live a life.
Hey,
the camera's on it. This is the most interesting thing to happen.
Anyway, we can get a camera on that snake.
Yeah.
You want to read?
It's like, hey, I heard there's baseball up here.
You want to redirect this one here?
All right.
Well, there is an assistant coach who played for the Diamondbacks for Los Medanos, but we have a real snake just behind us here now. So if you want to see nature, we were talking about the groundhogs and rabbits here, various birds the other day, and here we have a snake here today for you in Game 1 of this regional playoff series.
Yeah, the snake is like, hey, I heard bats cracking over here. I want to watch some baseball.
So
we're going to get campus security on that.
It's like a field trip out here.
It's interesting also.
The Ohlone Zoo is breaking out all over.
And Stevie Hom is standing in. He gets hit automatically there on the first pitch. And so he'll take first base and angrily toss the bat back, as I imagine he probably wanted to try and get a base hit there.
No, the umpire, Eric Thompson, able to get in between anything that may have happened. He definitely did not like the volume on that one on the spinal cord. That did not feel good to him. So he's over there now.
And let's see here if we can get onto that camera 4 feed.
If you're just tuning in and you see a snake on your television, we are still playing baseball, covering baseball here in Fremont, California.
There it is. There's the snake right behind us, right in the stairwell. That leads us all the way up here.
Or now, I guess, would be the snake well. Yes.
And Takumi is now up. He's down in the count 1-0. He takes a strike.
We don't want the snake to snack well here. Certainly, that's a big one, though, huh? Do you think somebody set their pet snake maybe to distract us? Maybe it's a Los Medanos prank?
It's a Los Medanos prank, yeah.
Hey, there's a snake over there, and suddenly it's 14-13 or something, you know?
Where's Woody when we need him to say, there's a snake in my boot?
Yeah, someone might try to make a boots out of that snake. It's big enough, my goodness.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Snake skin, yeah.
Trap him in the boot.
Yep. Well,
it's a 1-2 count now to Takumi Mayano, who was 0 for 1, struck out and walked in this game. With a runner,
he's got
first, and he's got a base hit. That was a weakly hit, base hit over there, and a very nice play, or an attempted play by Pierce over there at second base to try and make a jumping play on it, and couldn't quite catch up to him. So Takumi, finally, I think he's thinking this is a base hit.
Yeah, he's off the schneid. How do you say schneid in Japanese? Somebody out there might know.
Security now who is trying to collect the snake.
And maybe because we have such great concessions behind us, we have pastries and various breakfast items and
maybe the snake
hot dogs and candy.
Yeah.
Maybe the snake hasn't found a mice yet.
Yeah, Snake's like, hey, man, they opened up a store here on the hillside. Beautiful.
I haven't smelled this ever.
Yeah. I must be in heaven. Yeah, this is snake heaven here as you get up the 24 stairs, I guess. What was that snake doing? Getting exercise? You know?
I have no idea.
Well, if you want to do more zoo geography, you can come by here to Ohlone College and take a nice class in any of the sciences.
And also, like on the trails over by Mission Peak, there have been sightings of plenty of tarantulas. Actually, a greyhorn baboon tarantula was actually seen recently, apparently. I don't have confirmed evidence of that, but the greyhorn baboon is all the way up there. Be careful.
Yeah.
Those dudes do not. They're very territorial.
Yeah. I mean, you got to check for ticks, and you got to run from vicious cows up on that hill, and everything in between here. It's amazing.
And Damian Stone, who's trying to bunt across here to get both runners in scoring position, is in a count 1-1, one for two on the afternoon. He gets a nice bunt. It's hard hit, and Stone is going to be safe down the first baseline, beats it out for an infield single. And now there are bases loaded again here, with Ibarra now up. And is that Damian's second single of the afternoon?
At least he got on an error in the first, so yeah, he's been on every time up. That's his fourth time up and fourth time on base.
And now here's Ibarra, who is 1 for 3 on the afternoon, and has himself a bases loaded opportunity here in the bottom of the fourth inning, 14-5. Ohlone College leads. And this 0-0 is line high, but in the park here. And the center fielder with a nice play. Stevie Hom running hard, tagging up, and will score on a sacrifice. So credit Ibarra with the sacrifice fly, and it is now 15-5, Ohlone College.
On the run, Tyler Boyce showing his wheels out in center field for Los Medanos on the well-struck ball. That's definitely going to get one. The question is, would it get more? And Boyce was able to keep it just to one-run scoring with Hom, who'd been hit by pitch. That ouch results in a run.
And I want to credit Mason Stone for getting the shot of the snake over there. As this ball is popped straight up. Infield fly rule is in effect. And there's going to be the second out. And he tumbles to the ground there.
I think that someone thought maybe it was going to be a shot, but not with a camera. So fortunately, PETA, don't worry. The snake is okay. It's being returned to a safer part of the habitat.
And hopefully a warmer part, because they really like it where it's damp and warm.
True that.
And here now is Jaden Shepard as Valdez pops straight up to the left side. And Shepard has himself an RBI opportunity with two dangerous base runners in Takumi Maeno and Damian Stone at second and first. And two gone. Double steal attempt. And Takumi is going to be safe there as that 0-0 pitch almost hit Jaden Shepard.
And then Sato had to, as Shepard kind of tried dodging the pitch, he had the right to get out of its way. Sato had to really move far to his left to make a throw, and he did not throw well planted there. So he almost threw that one down the left field line.
And now with two runners in scoring position, both of them a threat to score even on a bloop single here with having major amounts of speed. And Shepard takes a breaking pitch, and I thought that was going to be called a strike, but it's called a ball. 2-0.
Yeah, big strike zone, tall strike zone for Shepard. But with good plate coverage, not a lot of cool blue on his hitting color chart. He's got a lot of reds and oranges up there.
Here's your 2-0. It is grounded but foul. It's one of those words.
He kind of matched his swing. Kind of matched the pitch. It was off speed, and he kind of seemed to hitch just a little, drop his hands just a little bit on that one, more than just from the top of your zone. You want to keep your hands at the top of your strike zone off, and he keeps his higher at least while he's getting ready. You definitely don't want to swing at anything higher than your hands, and certainly not this case for Shepard.
Into your 2-1 now, and there's line into right center field, high and deep at the wall, and it is going to bounce over the wall for a ground rule double. 2 runs are going to score on the ground rule double, the second of this game for Ohlone College, and it is now 17-5 Renegades.
So Shepard is just loving the backdrop more than the batter's eye. That hill you described from time to time in our broadcasts. He really loves hitting here at Ohlone, and man, he drove that one. It was very clear to everyone, including the center fielder Boyce, the right fielder Judy, that they would not have a chance at that ball. And one hopper right over that fence to the big tree, over that Renegade symbol, in right center field. Around here again, if you haven't been to Ohlone, haven't been to a broadcast, and welcome if you haven't. This is quite one to call. 315 down the left field line, 325 down the right, 347 and 355 to the gaps, and 400 to center.
17-5 is the score here at Ohlone College, with Ohlone in the lead after a 5 spot was put up in the top of the 4th inning by the Mustangs, which rebutted the 12-run spot in the bottom of the 3rd for Ohlone. It's now a 3 spot for Ohlone College here with Clay Facteau coming in 3 for 3 on the afternoon, calls time at the plate. And he's had himself a very, very productive day. 2 singles and a double with an RBI and a run scored.
Designated hitter, and he's done nothing but hit today in 3 at-bats so far. This is 4th.
And arguably the most notable batter at the plate, and he ducks away and probably had his life flash before his eyes there on that breaking pitch that would have bonked him on the top of the helmet if he didn't move.
Well, at least he had the right reaction there, although he definitely was facing forward, which you don't want the front part of your body facing a pitch like that. I thought it maybe grazed his bill of his helmet, but it wasn't called as such.
Here's your 2-0, and it is popped straight up to the right side. The right fielder not going to move too much. He's under it and records the final out. And so that's the first time that Clay Facteau is actually put out in this game. And after a 3 spot put up here in the bottom of the 3rd, or the bottom of the 4th rather, we're going to head into the 5th inning. The score is now 17-5. Ohlone College will be back in 1 minute.
All right, guys, listen up.
My mama, my dad,
our grandpa,
my daddy.
Our dad works at Caltrans, right on the highway, right next to speeding cars.
It's so scary. I worry about her.
Some people drive so fast.
Bing, bing, bing.
Please
be careful. At least slow down.
And pay attention.
Be alert. Be work zone alert.
And we return to Ohlone College baseball action live here on the Ohlone College Broadcasting YouTube channel. Dan Harrington is to my right. I am Romano Galan. Thank you all so much for staying with us thus far. We are in the top of the 5th inning. I'm about to start it at least, and it is 17-5 Ohlone College. 13 hits for Ohlone College, 2 errors committed, and 17 runs scored for the Mustangs. 2 hits, 5 runs scored, and 3 errors committed.
Pierce has been out twice. A foul pop to first and a ground out nicely played by Ibarra, 5-3 in the 3rd. Here's another ground ball.
And it's nicely played by Ibarra again, and then perfectly thrown to first base in time for the out.
This game is kind of like they take paratroopers in training up to 37 feet off the ground. Because supposedly that's the magical one where when you're higher than that, it doesn't really matter. If you're scared, you're scared. You get over it 37 feet, and then you go from there. More than I can tell you. But this game is getting up there. 17 runs. It's kind of like, how high can you go? How high doesn't matter. Los Medanos showed that they have fight in them. They got 5 last frame.
Yeah.
And Foley wants to shut down innings, is what I'm trying to say.
Exactly. With Bogan up, it's 1 for 1 on the afternoon with a walk, and he's got a strike called there against him, and Stevie Hahn's screaming absolute, as he always does on those strikes called. And that is something that he's well known for by his teammates. Swing and a miss there, and that's the first time that Bogan. Oh no, you got a piece of it. Never mind. Sorry, everybody.
Bogan is still up there. Yes, indeed. 1-2 count.
Sorry, everybody. 1-2. He fouls this one back. He's still alive.
So Bogan kind of won the battle earlier this year to be the starting first baseman, and a lot of different candidates for Coach Dalbora. And then Pierce RP over at second base, who also can play a good first base if needed.
And the 1-2 is on the outside corner, makes it 2-2 now. Here with 1 out in the inning, and Foley trying to look for the put-away pitch here. Your 2-2. Inside, and just barely missed the mark. 3-2 now.
Through other media means, Bill Haas, the announcer for Mount Diablo High School, and also one of the announcers for Laney College, says hello to everyone.
The 3-2 hits Vogan, and Vogan, who has not been put out yet, will take his base for a hit by pitch.
Similar
to Barry, who hit was it 2-run homer?
Yep, it was this last inning, 2-run home run. It was with no one out. Here with 1 out, same situation. Same pitcher on the hill, and Foley as well.
See, I know these things. I remember these things. As Barry takes a first pitch
just
ball, just off the zone. He's 1 for 2, and that one is a huge 2-run homer.
So just about every pitch that Foley's throwing is a fastball, or at least a straight ball. That one he took something off of, and it missed low. I guess they're going to go from trying to save him for tomorrow to have him just go as far as he can today.
As this ball is hit hard on the ground, and it is through the infield for another base hit there. And now Barry is 2 for 3 on the afternoon, and the Mustangs have 2 runners on with only 1 out. And here comes the DH, Roca, who struck it out and reached on an error.
I think I might have led you the wrong way with one of our favorite Christmas treats, almond Roca. It is Rocha, so you had it right earlier. And, yep, it is Rocha. Either way, it's a great name.
Exactly.
I hope he likes it too. And Bubba, it's a great name for a ball player.
Bubba Gomez.
Bubba Rocha.
Shout out to Bubba Gomez, the Ohlone College relief pitcher. As this is line in between the shortstop and second baseman, coming in to score is going to be Vogan, and another run scores here for the Monarchs. And Rocha gets his first base hit of the afternoon and an RBI to boot with it.
Yeah, like a royal hit there. It's the Mustangs, but Monarchs will take that too as almost a carbon copy of the one that Barry hit up the middle, just slightly to the left side of the bag. Barry's was pretty much right over.
If someone can pass me a coffee to wake me up, please.
Yeah,
I had a long night doing homework until 2 in the morning last night.
Oh man, well they're trying to keep the liquids away from you and your computer, I think, right?
Yes, especially coffee. I mean, tea is one thing. Mm-hmm. You know, it's not going to be sticky on my computer later. It's not going to be a hassle to try and clean it off. But if I drop coffee, on my computer. That's a whole new different story. And a computer that barely even runs to begin with.
And this game might be testing the hard wiring for the humans inside our skulls here, because 17-6, we just haven't seen this. We've seen a lot of low scoring games the second half of the year.
Yeah, a lot of football games don't even happen like this.
We did a story once for the Ohlone Network News on if Ohlone was going to get a football team again someday. And I'd gotten some footage from City College back when George Rush was the coach, and when someone saw me up there in the stands in the Ingleside district of San Francisco, 5 different assistants or people, various players, were running up the stands to try to find out who I was, only to find out I had permission to take footage for Ohlone. We were no threat. Our football team was not going to use it against them because we didn't have one. Alas, no team for football, but a lot of funding through the public and bonds and really has helped this campus grow and be renovated, and it's just a really beautiful spot to learn, and what a nice faculty and services here for the students. So make use of it.
Judy's now in the count and is ahead 3-0. Here's your 3-0 delivery. It's in there for a strike, and Foley, who was smooth sails up until the 4th inning, having another bit of a struggling inning. I imagine it's probably my fault because I said something about how he's having a good game, possibly, and all this happened. Guarantee you.
Yeah, it feels that way sometimes, but of course we have no effect on the game.
And this is popped straight up to center field. Stone back at the wall, but he's going to get waved off by Takumi over there. And a daring try over there to move up a runner pays off. That would have been Barry who moved up, correct?
Yes, so Barry's over at third now. Rocha stays at first, but I think either way, with the left-handed throw in Stone, might not have the greatest angle to throw over to third, but you usually would want the center fielder to get that one and have a little bit more momentum heading towards that third base bag. But the main thing is catch the ball, and where the sun is right now, maybe it was an easier catch for the left fielder, Maeno.
17-6 is the score. 2 field goals for the Mustangs, and 2 touchdowns and a field goal for the Renegades.
So be ready now, Armando, with a roster, because I have a hunch where I still feel like with a game like this, if it's starting to be shut down, we're going to get a lot of substitutes. A lot of guys get a taste of postseason play and extra readiness for tomorrow's action.
And we'll see what happens. And of course, the Mustangs, if they put a ball over the wall, could very well damage those plans as well.
That's true. The way this wind has been a bit unpredictable today, not a steady gust, not a steady strong wind with heavy gusts. Today they've been medium gusts.
We got Nate Rosser behind me giving
right
some
now.
padding. Number 34, relief pitcher lefty Nate Rosser.
17 runs, 13 hits, 2 errors for the Ohlone Renegades, 6, 4, and 3 for Los Medanos.
The 0-2 is going to be swung on and missed, and Foley gets himself another strikeout here and works his way out of a potential jam by only giving up 1 run, and it is now 17-6 Ohlone College. We're going to head into the bottom of the 5th in just a minute.
Just have some guys that are really special, but Stoney he's right there with them. He might be on another level. 7 home runs now, 4 triples, 7 doubles, 4 triples, 7 homers. He's got 44 stolen bases. I told him before the at bat, I said, listen, man, you got one thing to do right now, and that's just stay within yourself and find something you can hit. And he found a pitch he could hit, and he put a good swing on it, and the rest is history, right? He's a good kid, and so when the good kids do big things like that, you're really happy for him because you like to see good things happen to good guys, and he's a good dude.
Wanna vibe with you. We gon' fly.
As we return back to Ohlone College baseball action live here on the Gaming Runner Production, the Ohlone Broadcasting YouTube channel. Got to get that out of my mind. That used to be automatic for me, but we're on a different channel this week and last week as well.
Well, when you can check OhloneTV.com, but also take a look back through the season if you'd like. Probably not right now, but definitely check Armando's work through the year.
Yeah, I would highly recommend. You can subscribe to the Ohlone Broadcasting YouTube channel. I do highly recommend you do that. If you see my channel in the comment section, I highly recommend you subscribe there as well. Steinhauer, Kyle Baraloo, and Stevie Do Up, all for Ohlone College.
Yeah, Gaming Runner Productions. That's a nice name.
Yes, it is indeed. And I thought of it myself because I'm a gamer, I'm a runner, and I like producing videos. So there you go.
Well, you're a road runner as well. Moving and shaking, making it happen out there, getting from place to place. That's what the Ohlone Renegades have been doing today, getting from place to place. 17 runs, 13 hits. And Los Medanos, not too shabby with the 6 runs and 4 hits.
And Steinhauer, who has driven home 4 of the 17 runs on the board, had a home run robbed of him in his last attempt by the right fielder Judy over there.
It was pillaged.
It was pillaged.
It was robbed of him. Pillaged, I say.
And Judy made a jumping play. Almost actually came up with it, but kept it in the park. And if he doesn't make that jumping play, Steinhauer gets a bye-bye baby call on a wall scraper.
It was kind of a draw there. I mean, in actuality, the Mustangs lose 2 runs out of a possible 3 if the ball had gone over the fence. So Ohlone got the benefit of the deal there overall.
And Steinhauer nodding his head a little bit angrily there and probably thinking to himself, I'm right on it. And he probably really wants to get a home run now after having his stolen from him. And a lot of the guys in the dugout have expressed that they really like when Steinhauer gets a home run because you're just really not expecting it. He's more of a gap-to-gap hitter. He's not really a guy that hits for power very often. He had 2 home runs on the season. And both of them were the most exciting reactions from the Ohlone College squad. And now it's a 3-2 to Steinhauer here. In there, strike 3 called.
Well, Eric Thompson's wanting to move this game along a little bit. A real close pitch, but it goes in favor of the visiting Mustangs.
Got to keep myself awake over here by aggressively rubbing my face and nose.
The good thing is, if it were radio, you really can't have sounds, but you can see a little bit of what's going on. If we don't feel you have to talk all the time. I'm sure you're experienced enough to know that.
Oh yeah, especially I used to have what's the word? Voice actor's throat. After about 8 innings of work, and Baraloo lines this one in the right center for a base hit. And Baraloo is going to round first hard, but against his better judgment, is going to stay at first with another single there, making him 2 for 3 on the afternoon. And here comes Stevie.
Seth Gillespie is the second pitcher from Alhambra High School in Martinez to be in this game today for the Mustangs. Big number 44 on the hill. The freshman has a strikeout and a hit given up so far here.
And has a 1.50 ERA on the season through 10 appearances. As this is popped straight up. And the third baseman making the play there. And that was a bit of a scary recovery there. However, it's all recorded the same, a fly out. Now there are 2 outs here in the inning.
So Hom doing what he had to do, which was run hard down the line and be near first base. If you're the runner at first base, you're a bit in no man's land when that infielder has trouble because he could recover and throw you out at second. But, Same guy at first. It's Fairlew. Top of the order.
And here now is Takumi Mayano, who is 1 for 2 on the afternoon, has a strikeout and a walk to his name as well. And here we go. Takes a first pitch fastball that bounces to the plate. Barely read it the entire way, is going to move up. And puts himself in scoring position now, and Takumi, all he has to do is find a gap, as Barely is one of the many Ohlone base runners that has speed on the base pad. And that's one thing that you that kind of gets lost with the guys who hit for good batting average and the guys who get on base constantly and drive in runs. Every single one of these base runners are fast base runners on this Ohlone College squad. Even the bigger guys like Valdez and Shepard, the taller guys who you wouldn't think would run the bases very easily, run the bases exceptionally well.
And I think that part of that is that Ohlone's still working on their cafeteria, and the cheeseburgers are not offered. So.
The 1-1 is fouled off to the right side.
I used that as my excuse back in the day, and that's a good thing that I finally made my way through the 9 positions to catcher, where you could be a little slower, you know. But yeah, they stay fit, they stay ready to go, and warmed up, and they got a good trainer there, and Jeff Roberts down there, a certified athletic trainer, working on the preventative stuff too. So they, for the most part, Ohlone is full health for the most part. You know, there's a few guys exceptions, and then other guys that are too proud to tell you if they're hurting. But they're much better off than a lot of teams are this time of year.
And with the 1-2, here comes home. Takumi takes and gets it so inside and right above the head that he flops down. Gets a couple of laughs from the guys.
Wow, I think he bounded and fell from a moment out of the picture frame. Kind of fell off the edge of the earth there, and then you picked him up on the other side.
I guess this phrase works. His life flashed before his eyes there. Swing and a miss there on the 2-2, and he will strike out for the second time this afternoon. And when we return back, we'll have the top of the 6th inning action. It is 17-6 here at Ohlone College. And we'll be back in exactly 1 minute.
If you have the talent and dedication to succeed in school and in sports, we'll provide the opportunity.
When we adopt a shelter pet, we discover their unique mix of all kinds of things.
Come on, Joe, spot on this last one. There it is. Keep going with it. Leo.
They're a little bit of a lot of things, but they're all pure love.
Okay, so single there. This was a walk, ugliness, right? 2 hits, home run. Wow. I'm trying to find that third error. I didn't write that down. I'm not sure. Does the other team have definitely 3? There was the one. Or was it a hit and error or what? There was one. I didn't check. There's the third baseman. It was an error. Yeah? Yeah, I have a check. Oh, yeah. Yes, good call.
All right, we return back to Ohlone College baseball action live here on the Ohlone College Broadcasting YouTube channel. Thank you all so much for joining us and staying with us through this game here.
You better get
Dan has something to say.
Yeah, you got your sports grip. This is used for the bats. Get a little tackiness. You don't want too much.
Interesting.
Maybe the mic needs a little bit here. What do you think? Need some for you?
No.
So use this at home.
The stand has all the grip it needs.
So this game has been really something with a 17-6. 23 runs have scored, and we are just past the halfway point here.
And due up in this inning is going to be Sato, Boyce, and Neal, and with Pierce being the cleanup spot here in the top of the sixth inning. We're in the final 3 innings of this game. 17-6, Ohlone College leads with 14 hits and 2 errors committed. 4 hits and 3 errors committed for the Mustangs. And the first pitch is fouled off. We got a new pitcher over there for Ohlone College, as I expected that there would be. And the new pitcher is going to be number 33, Ethan Shaver. And Shaver is coming into today's game with a recorded 2.35 ERA on the season. He throws an 0-1 pitch that swung on and missed, and it's 0-2. I believe Mr. Shaver and Mrs. Shaver are in attendance somewhere over here on the left side in home side stands. Usually they are both watching.
Shaver is in for 3 innings versus Marin in the 11-9 Ohlone win.
Here's your 1-2. And he's going to be called a strike and a putout. There you go.
That was game 2 of the series, game 1 on Saturday. And he really pitched effectively in relief. First reliever used by Coach Curran.
Number 4, Tyler Boyce.
Here now is Tyler Boyce, who has not been put out once yet in this game. He's hit a 3-run homer and has walked in his previous attempts. And 5 of the Mustang runs coming off of home runs in this game. That pitch is outside for a ball. Makes it 1-0.
Someone's throwing in the Los Medanos pen. Again, so many different ways that the coaches can go with this.
This is line to the right side, and a diving play ball. No, that's Will Jewell over there, and it gets behind him, and Boyce is going to go to third for a triple. So that is Will Jewell instead of Mike Anthony Valdez.
Get out of Salinas High, made an effort out there and right, and that's a tough one for your first action of the day. And he made a call, went for it. Certainly with a big lead, it's not a huge risk, But 2 extra bases on what would have been a single. He gets a triple on that one.
And so Valdez's afternoon is over. He went 1 for 3, but the one was absolutely huge. A booming, and I mean booming, 3-run home run. As this is on the ground, it's going to score a run, and the throw is wild. Going back to first base there by Barilou. The runner is reading it the entire way, and he's actually going to be awarded an extra base there.
I believe that's one of those rare errors that you are given an RBI, because that would have been a 4-3 putout, and then the error was made on the throw to first base, giving him second. So still an RBI for Andrew Neal, as he did his job to get a run in. You're not supposed to give an RBI on error, so let's see if we have anybody online saying, no, Dan, you're wrong, which is okay if you do. But, I believe he gets an RBI on that.
And credit Boyce with the run scored, as the triple immediately comes back to haunt Ohlone College, and it's now 17-7. Ohlone College still in the lead here, and with Pierce coming up now.
RP, yep. Ryan Pierce.
And this is line to the right side. Jules reading it the entire way and has himself a nice out. And Pierce has still not reached base at all in this game. And Neal is going to move up there on the flyout, or the line out rather.
Well, he's actually going to stay at second.
Oh no, he's going to stay at second. My bad. I need to open up my eyes and look up.
Okay, yeah. We have some action for Jewell out there, where the winds have picked up and they're shearing from Jewell's left to right, or right to left, looking at him from behind home plate. So he's getting used to his surroundings, despite being a home team. The weather, the wind, a factor.
And with 2 outs, Shaver attacks Vogan here with a first pitch strike. As Vogan has not been put out once in this game yet. He's walked, he's been hit by a pitch, and he's gotten a single in this game.
A 10-run game here in Fremont.
And now Vogan gets his 0-1, and it's on the ground. Stevie Hom throws it hard back to first base in time for the out. So that's the first time that Vogan's been put out in this game. And the Mustangs strand one of them as we'll head into the home half of the sixth inning. It is 17-7, Ohlone College. We'll be back.
Yeah, I think for us, bullpen is very simple. You want guys that can pound the zone and throw strikes. You got to have guys who, have a little bit of physical, mental toughness, a little bit of mental toughness, who aren't too afraid of the situation, and who trust their stuff. So Medanos was just fantastic over the weekend. He pitched in all 3 games. Castillo, I think he pitched in all 3 games. And then you had Shaver come in, and it's that time of year where everyone's going to get a little bit tired. Arms are going to get a little bit tired. Legs are going to get a little bit tired. Then the strong shall survive. So we're going to keep calling on those guys, and they'll do very well for us.
Hello, welcome back, everybody. And let's see here. That is Damian Stone coming up, as I thought it would be. Damian Stone, Ibarra, and Valdez's spot due up. I believe Will Jewell will stay in the game for Ohlone College, taking over Mike Anthony Valdez's spot. Valdez, if you didn't hear before, went 1 for 3 today, hit by a pitch once, but had a absolute moonshot of a 3-run homer. That was really one of the bigger blasts in that 12-run third inning for Ohlone College.
That was just something that you don't really recover from, even us here as broadcasters.
And this is popped straight up to the right side. It looks like it might be trouble, and it is. Damian Stone reading it the entire way is going to go trying for second, and aggressive base running works out, and he's got himself a double. He is 3 for 4 on the afternoon.
It's pro speed. That's pro speed for that runner there. Stone when they say runner, he is a runner. He is a sprinter around the bases in the outfield. Just almost impossible for a catcher to throw out on the bases. You need a pitcher with a great move is about all you can do to take advantage of his quickness and speed.
And here's now Jeter Ibarra, who's 1 for 4 in the afternoon with a sacrifice fly to his name. And has another runner in scoring position here as he takes on the outside corner for a ball.
I'm writing hustle double for Stone on that last at bat. Had a little room to write in the 5th inning, because if it was earlier in the game, I had no room to write notes on the unused frames of the prior inning, because it's pretty filled up here.
Ibarra takes, and it's on the outside corner, makes it 2-0. And now Ibarra and the hitter's count here going to definitely get a challenge pitch and maybe something to hit. 2-0. Stone is going to go for third, and he is out. Or no, he's safe. Couldn't quite see it.
Yuto Sato, all they can do is put that gun away, because he is shaking his head frustratedly. That was a really beautiful throw there to third base. And, good deliberate delivery by the pitcher. Got it to his catcher, got the call, throw it on the third, tag on the hit. foot's in their head. Can't do anything about it, kid.
And now you're 3-0. In there for a strike.
L. Likens from Beverly Hills 90210. No, that's well, I'm not going to read all the numbers, but wow, impossible to throw out. Dang. Dang. That's nice. That's refreshing. I like dang. That's good.
Ibarra takes outside, and he's going to walk.
And earlier, Simon or Simone Martinez, I believe Simon Martinez said a comeback is coming from LMC. Just wait. Matt, keep it nice. I mean, it's kind of hard to believe what you just wrote there, man. Take that back. Yes, I'm a Lowell High School graduate. Somebody, Gabriel Calvillo. Yes. Thank you for remembering me. We'll find out where we remember each other from. But yes, I did attend Lowell. You'll have to find the right yearbook to. You can guess. Everybody can guess later.
Will Jewell standing in. He swings and misses there at a first pitch fastball. And Jewell is batting at .393 on base of .547 and .607 slugging on the year with 2 homers and 15 driven in. So he's going to pop this one straight up, and this looks like it's going to be deep enough to send Stone. And he is coming. And the throw home is offline. And Ibarra is going to move up to second, so credit Jewell with a sacrifice fly. And Ibarra moves up to second. It is now 18-7, Ohlone College.
So Jewell, after making that dive in the premiere of his appearance today in right field, and then making another play out there in the field, really, wanted to come up there to the bat and do something with it, and he did. Always good to produce a run in your first time up plate appearance for the team.
And Shepard fouls this one off back to the screen.
I hear people say at-bats and plate appearances I don't hear very much, but of course a walk, a hit by pitch, catcher's interference, plate appearances, they're not at-bats. They don't count against your batting average or for it for that matter.
Now with the 0-1. Here comes back home. Shepard takes, and it's a strike. Shepard is 2 for 4 with, and he reached on an error and also has the ground rule double to his name. And a couple of RBIs as well.
Bottom of the 6th, still quite a bit of baseball game to go here, folks.
And with the 0-2. It is line high and deep to left center field. Up over the 347. Bye, baby. And Jaden Shepard has just left the building, putting Ohlone in the lead by a score of 20-7. An absolute moonshot by Jaden Shepard, his first one of the postseason.
They're playing Pump It Up. There's a lot of songs named Pump It Up, but this one seems to be the crowd favorite. Hitting a home run produces this song, and look at the festivities on the field, the crowd happy behind. That was a ball that was a no-doubter, just a little turn from the left fielder, maybe a jog of a couple steps to get a better view of it as it hit that hill about, not quite halfway up to the parking garage, and that is a super blast. And that wind might have helped it a bit, but it didn't need the wind. That was going to be gone and well gone without any miles per hour from the meteorological world.
And let's get a hashtag #ByeByeBaby going in the chat if you're an Ohlone College fan. And coming in now is going to be Nate Van Patten. And I actually was just talking to Nate Van Patten, and he's got the interesting walk-up song that goes, "I look little good today." And Van Patten has just been coined a nickname prior to this game starting. I called him MVP, which is, of course, the initials of his name. And if you guys remember the MVP award, for the Nickelodeon Valuable Player Award in football. Yeah, Mitch Trubisky. As this pops straight up into foul territory and is going to land on top of our canopy. And now I want to say, whoever bought this canopy definitely got their money's worth there, as that ball came in hard and landed on the canopy and only just a scratch up there.
Yeah, a little bit of cringe here on the old school definition of cringe, and now the canopy looks a little sus, as in suspect. So I got cringe and sus in for the youngsters. But yeah, that's canopy's 1 for 1. Nice work. And you had the Nickelodeon reference that kind of slimed. This canopy's kind of the slime phone.
Exactly.
And
right.
MVP slimed it. Nice.
Nickelodeon is coming to Ohlone College, confirmed, people. It's going to happen on Sunday if there is a Sunday.
Yep. I mean, no matter what the score is today, there will be a game 2 tomorrow. Hope you're online with us on YouTube and or here at the park. And, not a bad admission, and you got some great concessions, and you might see some other wild animal like we did today with the snake.
Exactly. And Nate Van Patten now in the count 3-2, and is awaiting his 3-2 delivery. It's going to be low, and he's going to walk.
So a festive plate appearance for a double 2. And we're going to have another pinch hitter. And,
this is going to be Jimmy Garcia. The backup catcher who actually had a birthday this past Friday. I got to say that's not really a birthday to remember when you lose a playoff game. However, his guys came in the next day and won 2 in a row, 2 close ones in a row. By a 2-run differential and then a 1-run differential, Game 2 and Game 3 last weekend against College of Marin. He's standing in now, and he takes inside for a ball.
Garcia got a little bit of action in a more critical role in the Marin series, and catching the 9th inning against College of Marin, game 2.
Is well too low there for the liking of the home plate umpire, and it's going to make it 2-0 now. And Garcia actually wearing the number of my favorite San Francisco Giant currently, Mike Yastrzemski.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, he got his swing back recently.
And he wanted to wear, instead of 8 like his grandfather for the Boston Red Sox, he wanted to stay with his minor league number, and the Giants had it open. And they had 8 open, and the Giants were ready to give it to him, but he stayed with 5. So.
And my sister, who used to play high school softball, her number for the longest time was number 5 as well. And so we always say, lucky number 5, 5 is the hero. Inside for a strike, and Garcia is in the count now 3-1. And I'd like to remind everybody, let's keep it classy in the comment section.
Ron Burgundy will come get you.
Oh. Inside, and it hit him, and Garcia is going to walk.
So I don't know if Gillespie's reading the comment section maybe, and he kind of put one there on the back of Garcia, who didn't deserve that. Garcia hasn't texted or thrown anything in the stream today.
Exactly, and let's see what's going to happen here is the ball is going to be taken away from the pitcher, Gillespie, and we're going to have a new pitcher here in just a minute. The score is now 20-7 Ohlone College. We'll be back in a minute with a new pitcher after this break.
you have the talent and dedication to succeed in school and in sports, we'll provide the opportunity.
As we return back, Dan, do you have a new picture for us?
Actually, he's on the mound, Armando.
Interesting.
I'd like to interview him maybe later, but I'll tell you a little bit about him. It's Dylan Foster, a left-hander. He pitched one inning in that of a hold in that win for Los Medanos over Laney in Oakland that put Los Medanos in that number 1 seed, which they took advantage of in their last series with Modesto. And he is a freshman out of Napa. So hello to the North Bay and family perhaps watching here.
I actually don't see him on the stat sheet whatsoever as a pitcher.
I know for a fact that the last time I saw him pitch was at Laney. And he got the job done that day.
Well, then it makes me wonder if I accidentally forgot his stats, maybe on another page. As Barely is going to stand in, and there's going to be a mound visit already, and that's not exactly something you want to see with a brand new pitcher up. You don't want to see a mound visit without a first pitch even being thrown, however. Got to get on the same page, of course. Got to make sure you're communicating. Because all those things are ultra important. Dylan Foster, who lived in Napa, is a left-hander, 6'4", 260-pound freshman. And definitely, whenever you had a 6-foot frame. And this is popped straight up in the park, however, to center field, and that's going to be the second out.
So moving along here, first out registered by Foster from the hill. Barely.
And here now is Stevie Hom, who's had himself a very unlucky day at the plate so far. 0 for 2. He grounded out on a comebacker that bounced off the starting pitcher. I forget how to pronounce his last name. Bounced right off of his leg, and then he was hit by a pitch on his first pitch in his recent attempt, and that's on the ground to the first baseman. Weekly hit. And the unluckiness continues for him as he grounds out on one pitch.
That's the definition of squibber, and he's saving up right now, given the current score being 20-7 Ohlone.
Yeah, and we'll be back in 1 minute.
I feel like our pitch selection's not great on Friday. And again, credit to their pitcher. He just didn't give us a lot to hit. And one of our big focus points on Saturday was, hey, we've got to get back to hitting our pitches. We've got to find stuff we can drive. Again, it comes back to that fundamental piece, right? Not trying to do too much, not trying to go outside of who you are. Understand you don't have to do it all. You got 8 other guys. You got 30 guys in that dugout, and where they've all got your back. So, let the game come to you. Do what you can do, and then the guy behind you, he'll pick you up, and we keep the line.
Wanna fly with you. We gon' fly to the moon. Live a life.
Well, we've been looking at Coach Curran giving some more changes to Eric Thompson. We'll try to bring those to you as we can.
All right, so I can actually quickly tell you. So Cameron Calvillo is going to be playing in left. That is KW Quillisi out there. KW Quillisi in left. Cameron Calvillo at shortstop. Right fielder is going to be Will Jewell still. Center fielder is still Damian Stone, but catching now is going to be Jimmy Garcia. And so Stevie Hom, Steinhauer, and Valdez, as well as Takumi Mayano, all their afternoons will be over.
Well, don't be sad, though, for them, because they did their job of getting a little breather.
They absolutely killed it today at the plate, for sure. 20 runs scored for Ohlone College. Swing and a miss there from the batter, Perry, who is 2 for 3 with a 2-run homer.
Good battle here, Shaver and Berry.
And with the 1-1, swing and a miss, makes it 1-2.
Looks like a little bit of a tail from the right-hander coming back away from the batter. Like the movement he's got.
The count is now 1-2. Bounces to the plate, makes it 2-2.
Berry has had a home run and a single today, and a strikeout his first at bat in that quiet first inning for Los Medanos. They have had a base runner in every inning, albeit in the third they had an immediate double play, which was a really wonderful double play by Baraloo, who tagged the runner Vogan going by and threw over to first.
With the 2-2.
Pardon me, that was Boyce going by and tagged Neal.
Shaver with a breaking pitch misses the zone. It's going to make it 3-2.
Tagged Boyce and threw to first to get Neal barely. Just maybe the best defensive play we've seen today.
Definitely. Swing and a miss there as Barry's going to strike out. That's his second time striking out in this afternoon. He's 2 for 4 now on the afternoon.
Just a little bit of the bat on the top of the baseball right into the catcher's mitt.
And Coach Curran's going to come out, and it looks like that's going to do it for Ethan Shaver's afternoon. And we'll have a brand new picture for you after the break. You're watching Ohlone College baseball action live on the Ohlone Broadcasting YouTube channel. We'll be back.
All right, guys, listen up.
My mama, my dad,
Our grandpa,
my daddy.
our dad works at Caltrans, right on the highway, right next to speeding cars.
It's so scary. I worry about her.
Some people drive so fast.
Bing, bing, bing.
Please.
Please be careful. At least slow down.
And pay attention.
Be alert. Be work zone alert.
When we adopt a shelter pet, we discover their unique mix of all kinds of things.
Come on, Drew, spot on this last one. There it is. Keep going with it. Leo.
They're a little bit of a lot of things, but they're all pure love.
Has one save in the regular season, a 1-0 record, 14 in the third innings pitched, and had a 0.63 ERA. He only walked 2 compared to 17 strikeouts for the big righty number 16.
And I think you can call that productive.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's not like a vacation ticket has been given to Los Medanos here. This is This is a tough chore. This is a business trip all the way here. And Bubba Rocha is going to come up and face the righty.
And Bubba Rocha, who is 1 for 3 on the afternoon, has a RBI recorded, and there was a single in his 1 for 3 outing. So he takes a pitch on the outside corner for a ball, and it's been a while actually since I last seen Allen. I would say about maybe a few weeks ago was the last time I had the pleasure of seeing him pitch. Here's your 1-0 outside for a strike. Looked like either a slider or a cutter there.
I'd say a cutter there.
Yeah, it looked like it was about as fast as a fastball. Now with the 1-1, here comes in there for a strike. That was definitely a breaking pitch. Looked like a slurve, maybe a curveball there.
And the vote's for slider up here.
And the count is now 1-2, and
there's
it's
another
line
one
hard into center for a base hit. That didn't really sound like a bat hitting a ball. That just sounded like metal hitting metal. He got jammed pretty hard, but he was able to fight that one back up the middle.
Yeah, it sounded a little more like croquet, maybe. You know, you ever played croquet, Armando?
No, actually, I've not.
Well, that's what it sounds like.
Although I will say the snake, it's trying to make its way back up again.
Quite a show over there for the sideshow.
The snake really wants to watch the game. I think we should give him a glove.
I don't know if Rawlings makes those type of gloves.
A glove for a snake. Swing and a miss there.
With the last at bat for Rocha, it seemed like Yen put the same slider in the same spot, and Rocha had kind of the chance to look at it the first time, and then the second time laced it into center.
And with the 0-1, Allen kicks and deals. It is lined to the right side on the ground, and 1 to 2 to 1, and that's going to do it. I don't know what in the world I was saying. That was a 4 to 6 to 3.
Yep.
Double play.
Nice turn by Calvillo right there.
Yep, and we will be back in just a minute. It is 20-7 here at Ohlone College. Bottom of the 7th inning.
Cade is really, you're right, he's not a sidearmer. He's a true submarine guy, which means his ball almost scrapes the ground as he's coming through with his arm. You know, he came in 72 to 75, and we knew he had a little bit of funk out of there, and he's just, you know, we talk about toughness, and he's as tough as they come. He can give up 3 home runs in a row, and you wouldn't know it. And he can strike out 5 guys in a row, and you wouldn't know it. He's a perfect guy to bring out of your bullpen. He throws strikes. He's got a little bit of funk. He's had that arm slot forever, and he's just very comfortable. And he does a good job with it. So we're very, very fortunate to have him.
Wanna fly with you. We gon' fly to the moon. Live a life.
Having a bit of a country music in the play here. Now we've switched up completely from the country tunes we've been having between the innings.
And you know what that means.
With Armando Galan.
If you hear this walk-up song, you know KW Quillisi is coming up to hit. And here he is. He swings and misses there. And who is he actually switching in for? I don't remember.
In the outfield?
Takumi, yes. That makes sense. So he is switching in for Takumi, and he lines this one high and deep to right, and it bounces fair for a base hit.
Giving some time for Takumi. Maeno out there in left field, and Quillisi's first chance gets a base hit.
Now batting number 25
Stone is going to hit again. He has really got some numbers in the diamonds today. The first time up, error by the shortstop on the throw. Although I think his wheels really made the shortstop rush that. Then he scored the 3rd run, the 10th run, the 17th run, and the 18th run today.
He swings and misses and completely breaks down his swing there. Makes it 0-1. And that's you'll rarely see Damian Stone swing out of his shoes like that. Normally, a very disciplined hitter. He clearly wanted to swing and hit that really hard and thought it was going to be something different. Here's your 0-1. Outside for a ball.
Yeah, the College of Marin was throwing a lot of lefties Ohlone's way and appeared to have some success. You can't attribute it all to their left-handedness, but it didn't seem to hurt.
Stone swings and misses there, and the pitcher Foster took something off of that one.
Sailor and Gillespie, the two relievers, right-handers, as well as Aglite. So the first lefty here now in his second inning of work.
Here's your 1-2. It just popped up to the left side in the foul territory and out of play. And now it's 1-2 again.
Big hello to one of the pitching gurus around the Bay, Dustin Cheney. James Collier says the Gades are rolling after the walk-off bomb.
Stone with 1-2, fouls it off to the left side.
So here he is. We finally get to give that statement from Collier.
And heads up birds. Your home is being invaded by a baseball over there.
Yeah.
I haven't been able to say that for a while. I used to say that all the time because foul balls would reach the tree line constantly, but that has not been consistently happening lately and for a very long time. Here's your 1-2. No, I thought he swung. It's kind of hard to notice here because the camera's just kind of situated right in front of us.
That's right. You actually get a bit of an impaired view with that camera. It's a little more centered on you today.
Yeah. Although, I'd much rather you guys have a picture than us not have a picture. So, there's that. 2-2. And this fouled off to the right side. And gives Damian some credit here. I mean, you're in the bottom of the 7th inning. Your team is leading by 13 runs, and you're still acting like all these hits and all these runs matter. And in reality, they do because, Marin could very easily hang up a 12 spot like Ohlone College did, and they got hitters to do that with.
Absolutely.
So you can't take any pitches off. You can't take any game off as that fastball's on the outside corner makes it 3-2 now. And this is something that Damian Stone does exceptionally well, in my opinion. It's just he really forces pitchers to fool him, and it doesn't happen often.
Very strange when you look at that scoreboard to see the both teams with fewer hits than runs, and there's some crooked numbers for errors for both too.
And this is on the ground to the right side. Nice play by the second baseman. Throws him out in time. But KW Quillisi moves up as he was stealing there on the 3-2 count. And here's Jeter Ibarra, who's 1 for 4.
Now, Ryan Pierce saw maybe his range not being quite what he wanted, where he wanted it to be earlier. But yeah, we have a special announcement. Ohlone College Spring 2022 film and video production classes for broadcasting 150 and 152. They present Movie Night on Saturday, May 21st at 7:30 in the Jackson Theater at the Smith Center. Jackson Theater in the Smith Center, Fremont campus, free parking. Hey, you don't get free parking every day here, so I've talked over a play, though, Armando.
Oh, that's fine.
How dare
they saw it. It was a ground out by Jeter Ibarra to the first baseman, and it's a 3 unassisted. Continued in.
It's a nice poster, by the way, that they also have for this presentation of Movie Night. Come on over. Free parking. Just the proof of vaccination is required. And it's Saturday, May 21st, 7:30 p.m. That's next Saturday. Why don't you come see a ball game if Ohlone can host another one next weekend? And where's the knock on wood there? We need that just in case. All right, so Jackson Theater, Smith Center. Whatever happens early in the day, try to be up here on Saturday, May 21st at 7:30 p.m. for Movie Night.
And here is Will Jewell with the runner at third being Damian Stone, or not Stone, rather. It's KW Quillisi. And he takes a strike, makes the count 1-1. His first delivery was on the outside corner for a ball. And Jewell's 0 for 1 with a sacrifice. Not a sacrifice situation, though, with 2 outs, so he definitely has to try and score a run here if he wants an RBI. Another one to his name. On the ground, and it's weakly hit. And Jewell's running hard down the line, but he is not going to beat it out. It is a ground out, and that is going to do it here for the bottom of the 7th inning. We're going to head into the top of the 8th. Final 6 outs for the OA9. They are down by 13 runs, of score of 20-7.
If you have the talent and dedication to succeed in school and in sports, we'll provide the opportunity.
All right, guys, listen up.
My mama, my dad,
our grandpa,
my daddy.
Our dad works at Caltrans, right on the highway, right next to speeding cars.
It's so scary. I worry about her.
Some people drive so fast.
Bang,
bang, bang. Please.
Please be careful. At least slow down.
And pay attention.
Be alert. Be work zone alert.
Thanks for being nice for me to help me.
And welcome back, everybody. Got to give a nice enthusiastic welcome back as there are going to be more defensive substitutions. So I'm going to stand up real quick and get out of this shot that our production team really worked hard on to get you guys these substitutions.
Well, I'm going to put some ketchup. No, I'm not. I don't use ketchup, sorry. I'm going to put some mustard and relish on this hot dog. Probably eat it right after the game. I don't know.
So we got
good hot dogs here if you come out in person tomorrow. I hope you catch the second game of this possible 3-game series.
And so to answer the question on everybody's mind, Aiden Morton is going to be making his very first appearance here in the playoffs. He's playing at third base, so Ibarra's afternoon is now done. And I believe that is 32 over there. Yes, that is 32 at first base. That is Noah Amaral, who is playing at first base from Arroyo High School and living in Hayward, California. Actually, is the closest Ohlone College player to where my old high school used to be. And Choi playing at second base, and I believe there is also a new center fielder. Yes, and it is Volpe. Or Vlopiano, as his teammates like to call him.
It works, man. V for victory, I think you were saying the other day. Got 3 V's on the team, right?
Exactly. There you go.
You've seen them all today, too.
And Boyce, who has not been put out today, is going to count 2-2 against Allen Yen, the pitcher. Allen on the outside for a ball. Or sorry, that's not Royce. That is Trudeau. And
Trudeau and Sato and Boyce.
Boyce
has had a pretty good day.
Trudeau is 0 for 2 with a walk and a strikeout. Make that 2 strikeouts as he swung hard and missed there at the 3-2 breaking pitch. And that'll bring in Sato.
It would, but he's going to be going back to the dugout.
Oh, yes. We have a substitution here, and it is going to be T.J. McCormick, the 5th.
Yes, exactly. His family goes all the way back to the Roman days with the V after McCormick, McCormick.
And how about this? He lives in Las Vegas, Nevada. Went to Bishop Gorman High School.
That is one of the names. If you're going to know a prep baseball name, hey, that's one you'd like to be from, you know.
A catcher at 6'4", 200-pound freshman, right-handed hitter and thrower.
A lot of pressure, though. I mean, there's probably some serious ball players walking the halls of Bishop Gorman who didn't really get on the field for prep ball, you know. There's schools like that, you know. They go 3-4 deep.
As Allen, he comes back with a 1-0 strike there.
For Coach Dalbora, Calvin Reed, they were thinking was going to be there behind the dish this year. He ended up going off to a Division II school, and suddenly it was Sato getting the number 21 jersey, as we said earlier, and McCormick getting some innings this year as well behind the dish, flipping that 2-1 on his back, wearing number 12. You'd think maybe he'd get number 5, but maybe Casey Vogan didn't want to give it up to McCormick the 5th, huh?
Yeah. And McCormick with a 2-1 on the outside for a ball, makes it 3-1 now.
That's your favorite number, too, at least for the Giants this year, you said, right? 5, right?
Oh, yes.
Yastrzemski, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yes, oh, yes, yes.
Oh, yes. I call him Yastrzemski.
Oh, that's nice.
Because McCormick thought he had himself first base there, and he gets a called strike. The reason why I call Yastrzemski Yastrzemski sometimes is because of the game-winning grand slam he hit last year in the bottom of the 8th inning in a 8-0 comeback win against the Diamondbacks. Seems like everybody has historic days against the Diamondbacks nowadays. On the ground to the left side, Morton with a diving play and knocks it down, but it was so hard hit that it doesn't even matter. It caroms off his glove and goes into left field, and that is going to be just a very, very awkward base hit there for McCormick.
Yeah, he hit the ball hard, and it just did a little table tennis action on the left side.
And I also want to point out, in left field is no longer KW Quillisi. It is actually number 24, Elijah Pasquale.
So Coach Kern and the staff there are trying to get these guys some playing action. They're getting in the record book as well as they're getting, getting ready for tomorrow with some live game play.
Yeah, and getting their first tastes of postseason action. As Boyce is now up, and he has not been put out yet in this game. 2 for 2 with a 3-run homer and a walk to his name. He also hit a triple. That is inside. And it bounces to the plate, and Garcia keeps it in front of him, so no runners will move up. No runner will move up, rather.
I think that got the heel of his catcher's mitt and the top of his left shin guard, which he's now adjusting. A lot of the catchers, when they're learning the tools of the trade, literally they strap those shin guards with the clasps on the inside, and then they end up catching one leg and the other, and they go down in a heap. So hopefully Garcia's got his on the right way. I think he does.
And 1-1 is fouled back to the screen.
It's not like he just started catching either.
And the ball boy, Landon Riley, was trying to run that one down, but the ball boy for the Mustangs beat him to it. I believe that was Parker Judy who beat him to it. And this is popped straight up to the right side. Quillisi is over there and records the out. So Jewel looked like Quillisi there for a minute as he was running all lengthy. Looked like Quillisi's
Hardiman, I believe.
Yeah, it looked like a Quillisi's stride when he's running. And so
it's going to be a new hitter's Joshua Hardiman is a third baseman for Los Medanos, and he did not get the start today, and he is up there looking at a pitch go by the catcher. That was the first time Boyce was put out today. Actually, yes, it was, because he was put out on the base pass after a walk his first time out. Hardiman has some power, and trying to get into double digits, perhaps it wouldn't. A home run here would still make it 9. Ohlone leading 20-7 here in the top of the 8th.
And Ohlone College with 2 touchdowns and 2 field goals today. The 1-0 in there for a strike. It's like I feel like I'm getting new-looking bugs every time I turn around crawling on this computer.
Yeah, they love it, man.
They love it. They call it the climbing course. Oh, there goes my personal hotspot.
So Hardiman was 3 for 4 against Laney in that game they needed to win to get that first place clinch, and he was had the game-winning home run in the 6th of that game, a 2-run shot in the 4-2 win. Again, the Eagles of Laney playing a lot of close games, had a really nice season, but Los Medanos just stayed on him every inning there, and the Hardiman shot was the difference, a 2-run home run in that game. So he does have some power, and he can match this wind here.
And that 2-1 is well outside for a ball, makes it 3-1 now. And Ohlone College looking for that final putout here in the 8th inning to take him to the bottom of the 8th with a 13-run lead. And this is lined to right, and Jewel is running after and gets it for the putout. We'll be back with more action here on the Ohlone Broadcasting YouTube channel. The score is 20-7. Renegades lead.
When we adopt a shelter pet, we discover their unique mix of all kinds of things.
Come on, Jewel, spot on this last one. There it is. Keep going with it. Leo.
They're a little bit of a lot of things, but they're all pure love.
And 6 outs remaining here in this game in total. 3 outs still for these 2 teams, and as long as the Mustangs don't put up a 13 spot, which could happen in the top of the 9th inning, and Ohlone College with their pretty much most of their, if not their entire lineup, now double switch at this point.
When they say stranger things have happened, well, this would be that thing that they say is stranger if they were to score 13 or 14. I'm sure that's what Coach Dalbora and the rest of the staff and players for Los Medanos think, but you got to play this at least to practice to get the, fine-tune a little bit for tomorrow. You want to win this inning. You've always got to have that attitude. When you're on the mound, it's this pitch. No other pitch matters but this one. You're working on your pitch. You're getting your spot. You're getting that feel. That's what Foster's been doing the last 2 innings for the Mustangs, and that's what they need the club to do to have a good competitive game tomorrow.
And here is Amaral, who hits this one on the ground. And the first baseman has it for a 3 unassisted, although Amaral making it a little bit contested over there. He almost beat that one out. And here is MVP, as in Nate Van Patten.
Yeah, Amaral using that Hayward Arroyo high speed there, 32, it got moving, and he was really fast lane 880 south right there. That was really hit just softly enough to make a heck of a contest between the first baseman and him.
And Nate Van Patten is going to get hit by a pitch there, and so the MVP himself is now on base for the first time. Or no, the second time, actually.
That's right. Now batting number 25, Jimmy
Garcia, he himself was hit his only trip to the plate today after subbing in for Corey Steinauer.
And with Garcia now standing in, here's the 0-0. Bounces to the plate. And Garcia, who was hit by a pitch himself in his first attempt, looking for better fortunes here. The 1-0. And it is fouled off to the right side. And with the 1-1, Garcia awaits. Here it comes. It is on the ground to the right side, to second for one, back to first, and it is offline and high. And here comes Choi, who has arguably a fan favorite walk-up song, being Gangnam Style.
Yeah,
my goodness.
You said that might be your favorite of all the ones of these guys coming up in our broadcast last week.
And it's not necessarily because it's I like the song, because in reality I honestly don't. But when he debuted the walk-up song, he hit a home run on his first pitch.
Oh.
And he gets hit hard on the arm there, and he is down on one knee now, as that definitely hurt him a lot.
Yeah, it gets a funny bone going there. Can hurt them nerves.
And he went around on the pitch, right?
I think he's got to stay up there, but I just wanted to make sure.
That's a bit awkward. You swing and get hit. Normally you want to swing and get a hit and not get hit. Here's your 0-1. Inside for a ball.
He's not enjoying life there. But he's going after it. Maybe Foster does not like Gangnam Style.
The 1-1. Breaking pitch in there for a strike. On deck is Cameron Calvillo, who had himself a 2 RBI sacrifice bunt. Yeah, you're not hearing that incorrectly. You're hearing that right. A 2 RBI sacrifice bunt in Game 2 of the 3-game set against College of Marin last weekend. And it ended up being the biggest blow in that game, as that and a Damian Stone home run that followed right after was enough to put College of Marin away in Game 2 and take us to Game 3, which led to the Damian Stone walk-off. Here's your 2-2. Choi is down looking.
Tough call there. Choi is probably right. That's a tough at bat for him. Thought maybe he's hit by pitch. It's ruled a swing. And then that one, that had to be well off of the dish. But I think Eric Thompson wants to move us on to the top of the ninth.
And we'll head to the top of the ninth It's a final chance for the away 9. 3 outs to go.
They got a little bit. We played them twice early in the year, and they got a little bit more velocity with their arms. They got some guys who are going to run up there anywhere from 89 to 92. We're going to hunt outs as defenders. We're going to hunt 15 or less innings as pitchers. We're going to hunt jobs and fastballs as hitters, and we're going to come out. We're going to play hard, play fast, play loose, play reactionary, and just play baseball. And you just you can't start looking at all the stuff. Out on the periphery. You can't do that. Once you do that, you kind of lose focus of right here. And so we want to keep our guys focused, and I think they understand that. And I think getting last week behind us it's going to be a big help for us.
And standing in with the task to get the final 3 outs is the Ohlone College right-handed pitcher, number 34, Nate Rosser.
I don't know if anybody's up there listening or watching. I'm hoping in British Columbia, one of the international players, real close to the United States border, but it's Sawasan, British Columbia, South Delta Secondary School. Hello to everyone there watching in Mrs. Murphy's classroom there. It's going to be Wasser out here, Rosser, R-O-S-S-E-R, the right-hander, going to finish up after Alan Yen had 2 innings in relief. He's the last reliever, perhaps of the day for Ohlone. We shall see.
And here is Jack Murphy with his first attempt here of this game, from all the way out from Clayton Valley Charter in Concord.
I think they're the Ugly Eagles, and they have several on their team.
Oh, for sure.
That's quite a nickname, the Ugly Eagles.
Although there are some Eagles that are pretty ugly.
Yeah, but don't tell them that to their face, man.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
No, you're gonna get...
They'll go peck you with their peck.
Oh, you're done, man. You're done. They're going to talon you, man. Murphy. It's funny, I just said Mrs. Murphy's class, made up her teacher's name, and didn't realize that Murphy was going to pinch hitter. Interesting. Kind of an ESP moment, you think, or peripheral vision moment?
What if there is a Miss Murphy's class that's currently listening?
I don't know. Maybe somebody can write us on it.
Somebody around the world right now is like, yes.
South Delta Secondary School in Sawasan, British Columbia.
On the ground, Morton's going to play it on the hop here. Throws it back to first, and it is well high on the throw back to first there. And so Murphy is going to reach on an E5 by Aiden Morton. And Aiden Morton, who is recently actually coming off of injury, was cleared last week for action in the series against College of Marin, but the Renegades didn't end up using him. And he is back now, and he's got a condition known as jumper's knee. It's a sprained knee that he suffered. I believe he said sliding into second during practice, if I'm not mistaken. It was definitely a scare, as that was one of the first main injuries that Ohlone had in recent memory.
Yeah, it's a tough one, and something for Jeff Roberts to try to keep a day-to-day look at there.
Yeah.
Make sure he's coming back strong.
And Alex Gala is now up. His first attempt. And he is from Dublin. Went to Dublin High School. 0-1. Swing and a miss.
I think Dublin High is going to be the site for the North Coast Section track meet coming up next week. And
Interesting.
That's a bit of a conflict for me.
I should have known that since I'm an ex-cross country and track and field athlete, junior Olympian as well. But I don't. On the ground to the right side, Choi has it, tags the runner out, throws it back to first, offline and tagged over there. And what a play, as that is an unlikely double tag, double play by Nora Amaral and Choi over there, who both are showing off some fantastic glove work.
Yeah, there you go with Yoo-Yeon Choi out of Seoul, Korea, South Korea, the pride of Chungam High School. He, Chungam, I think actually is the way to say it. And he did almost a Kyle Baraloo play himself there, the play of the game. We're bookending them here with Baraloo early and now with Choi late, and then the tag there at first base. Very, very good play as well.
That's a great pitch, Ross.
And here now is Seth Gwynn. He is the final hope here for this Mustang squad.
Amaral saying, I can make some plays over here too after just barely being beaten out by the first baseman for the Mustangs in Amaral's lone trip to the plate today.
Swinging and a miss. And Seth Gwynn is sporting the number 19. Fun fact, is actually my favorite number. That's the number of my favorite 49er and also the number of which I was born, October 19th.
I believe, it's a coincidence or not that Gwynn wears 19 of the Tony Gwynn of the Padres, one of the greatest hitters of all time. Also number 19.
Hey, there you go. As Gwynn takes on the outside, makes it 2-2. Here with 2 outs. And the final hope for the Mustangs. Rosser trying to get this final out here in this quick one inning of work. In there, strike 3 called, and game 1 belongs to Ohlone College in a very unceremonious form, as it is a 20-7 score. Ohlone College with 11 hits and 4 errors committed, while the Mustangs with 7 runs, 7 hits, and 3 errors committed.
Yeah, it's not pretty a few times on defense. Some exceptional plays as well on defense as the Renegades celebrate there between the circles, the dirt hill and the circle around home plate. And a lot of guys played today. A lot of guys got some action. It looked like it was probably going to be that way when Ohlone scored 2 in the second and then 12 in the third. And that 14-0 lead, it becomes a 20-7 score. We were dealing with football scores all day today, Armando.
Yeah, for sure.
These two teams will meet again tomorrow, an hour earlier, I believe.
Yeah,
it should be a 1 p.m. start.
Those I gotta get up earlier.
Those of you around the community college baseball, a lot of 2:30 starts in a lot of the league games. Not so today. It was a 2 o'clock start, and both teams with goose egg early, and then Ohlone just went to work. And it's just amazing though. 4 errors. You don't see that every day. And if someone says that Ohlone is going to make 4 errors in the game and they win by 13 runs, you'll take it. No doubt, but you wouldn't think that would be the case.
Exactly. And for our production staff, read their names for us?
Yeah, I think I have all the names. Sean Sakay was doing a great job and still is on the camera over there. And we had, what's the other name? I don't have it here now. Gosh, I'll find that for you. But Banabala doing the switching today with Mason Stone directing. And it was Luis, I believe, Luis Rico. I just moved the camera right over his name here. So your name was well protected, Luis. And we should have shouted out earlier for you, too. So, Luis and Sean, thanks so much for your work on cameras today. And everybody here involved, including Gary Kauf and Arnie Lowling. I'm Dan Harrington and Armando Galan.
And we will see you guys again 1 p.m. tomorrow, start time, Pacific Standard Time. Go Renegades. Nope. They win game 1 here by a score of 20-7.
Pacific Daylight Time.
Pacific Daylight Time.
That's
Thank you, everybody.
Take it easy. Nice. Good job, man.
frat guys listen up.
My mama, my dad,
Our grandpa,
my daddy.
our dad works at Caltrans, right on the highway, right next to speeding cars.
It's so scary. I worry about her.
Some people drive so fast. Bing, bing, bing. Please.
Please be careful. At least slow down.
And pay attention.
Be alert. Be work zone alert.
If you have the talent and dedication to succeed in school and in sports, we'll provide the opportunity.